General Motors, good morning, good morning, good morning. What's good, Raul? Leland? What's up, Serious Profit? Steve? How's everyone doing? Damn, we already have... I forgot since these are public, y'all can see these pretty quick now. Normally when you do a private stream, it takes kind of a few minutes to load, then I have to wait for y'all to join in. But just realized, since they're public, you guys can see them quicker. Good morning, Hazy, Nerve, Chloe, Daffy. Good morning, everybody. Love the energy, Chloe. Let's keep it going. Let me know if the music's too loud or not. I can't hear it yet. What's up, Isaiah? Good morning to everybody. I think I need to clean this. Yeah. We can clean this too, because that already happened. I'm gonna leave this info just because it's still relevant. Dollar info, supply, demand. SPY, we're still looking at resistance above at 403.50. 403.50 is kind of my big peak level to the upside. If that breaks, then we start to fill that gap. Below is 396.30s, but we also have the 393.60 here, which is kind of a big in-between level. We're actually going to be starting fairly flat. We're not really starting much higher right now, and that's just right now. Of course, we still have over 40 minutes till the market opens, but sorry, I'm catching up to message. Dropping a like already. Yeah, appreciate that. Please be sure to drop a like. I forgot to promote that yesterday. Since I don't do these public, I don't normally say be sure to drop a like, but these are public this week, so please drop a like on the streams. Y'all got us almost 90 likes yesterday. Y'all are crazy. That was insane. We had like 130 something people in here at one point. Over 450 people clicked on the stream yesterday, so that's insane. And I appreciate each and every one of you for sharing it. Good morning, Victoria. Good morning, other Steve. Good morning, Robert. Good morning, everybody. In case I missed you, I don't think I missed anyone. When do you stop doing these publicly? How do we gain access? All right, so I'm mainly doing these publicly this week because I have a lot of requests from people who are outside of the Discord groups. But all you have to do is gain access inside of a group. Good morning, Robert. I don't think I said that to you. First time here, let's go. Already dropped a like. Thank you, Elijah. Appreciate that a ton. You guys are just amazing with the support. I don't even really have to ask too much. You guys already kind of beat me to it. So I appreciate that a lot. But back to SPY, though. Bigger time frame. Looks like we are going to be opening moderately flat. Nothing crazy. The market's really just waiting on more news, which we have some today, but nothing crazy compared to tomorrow with Powell. So that'll be a big mover in my opinion. But overall, let's start jumping into this. Again, nothing really to talk about here on the dollar. It's basically just the same story as the previous couple of weeks. Really, we have supply here. If we push up towards it, we have to understand that if we push into this, we have to understand that that's going to bring bearish pressure on the equity market, like SPY, the things we love to look at, and vice versa if it cracks through the demand. So we'll pay attention to that, of course, just to kind of get extra confirmation on the bigger time frame side of things. On the bigger time frame side of things on SPY, like I said, 403.50 is what we're looking at above. Yesterday we got a bearish kicker, and that's when you have a green day on the previous day, and the next day opens red under the entirety of the previous green day. This isn't just a gap; it's a very strong gap. So there's a very big start to potential bearish momentum here. So that's one thing to keep note as well, which basically means, yeah, we can go fill this gap, we can retest this, but if we don't crack over 403.50, this is going to be a very strong initial move for the downside. So that's a big thing to keep note. But let's jump to the smaller time frames. As you guys can see yesterday, the bigger time frame levels hit pretty well yesterday, but we go off of these for the smaller time frames. But as you can see, it's kind of cool just to check out how those bigger time frame levels end up hitting, and they hit so well the other day. But today, all we need to add is the previous day low, the previous day close, the pre-market high, The previous day high, which is basically there, so no need to add it. Previous day open, which is basically there, no need to add it. It's right there at 399, which we basically have a level there already, so no need to fill up your screen. Just realize that it is right there. And that's actually, looks like that's all we have to add. Normally we have to add a ton more levels, but no need to add anything. We have the previous day low and clear sight for downside movement. So under 395, we can basically target every dollar out. 394, 392.65, 390.50. So we have some really good downside targets for SPY, as well as upside. So if we end up cracking, let's just highlight it. You can see the previous day closes right here. And I know we're pushing under it right now, but we'll pay attention to that right at open. But let's say we start under this. This little area here would be a solid break above level towards here and towards the pre-market high. So we have two really good targets. If this can hold support or push out of this blue area for bulls. So we're going to watch that for a potential bounce. For any open range breakouts, I would love to see them break 398 or 399 just because this is where the previous day open is and this is where the pre-market high is. Both of these levels being very strong break aboves. But let's look at this. Let's type it out. Buyers can bounce from a hold of the blue area between previous day close and 396.50. Above 398, 399. And then we'll type below 395 for sellers towards 394, 392. What did I say, 65? Yeah, 65. We'll say 75. And then 390.50, which 390.50, if you guys remember from past streams, 390.50 is a very, very, very important level. All right, so we got SPY bigger time frame and dollar bigger time frame and SPY smaller time frame out of the way. So now we have at least a general picture of what we can look for going into the market open today. So this should give you at least somewhat of a good gauge going into that. And again, guys, please check out other streams, just kind of get a picture of what we like to look for. You can review workshop number 11. It's the featured video on my channel to show you exactly what we're looking for, where are these levels coming from, how do we navigate them, how do we trade them, as well as the staircase method, knowing when to get into one contract, take it to the first target, or multiple contracts, selling most at that first target, being able to try and have a better probability of making it to those farther targets. So if you want to use the staircase method, that'd be my go-to today. But overall, I would say today try to trade light because the market is clearly waiting for some more news to come out. So don't just jump into your average normal size trade. If you normally trade, let's say 10 contracts, don't jump into 10 contracts today. Try to just jump into 5. You know, there's no need to go as heavy today. I would say today is a lighter day. Just seeing if I didn't catch up anybody messages. Good morning, everybody. Thank you guys for saying it to me. Appreciate you all. Whoa, huge name. What's up? Green Toe Knee Ape Gang. Head, shoulders, knees, and toes. I thought that was like your name. Alright, so AMD. Let me make sure I'm on the right chart. I am. Alright, so let's go through some of these and we'll see what we want. I'm just going to type out a vague watch list like I have been doing. But we'll, of course, go through it as the stream goes on. But AMD, we need to add the previous day high, which I think I'm just going to add the meat of the bone. I'm not going to add the wick. Previous day open, it's right there at the top of that red candle, and they fell, and they picked up. So that's our previous day open, which, as you can see, is lining up with the pre-market high about. So that's going to be a very, very strong level. We got the previous day close, and I'll grab the true low just because it's right there. So we have a couple really good levels without even really having to draw much. You can see the pre-market low is about right here. So I got a pretty tight range for AMD, and just instantly off the bat, you could say above 74, below 73.50, but those are just super, super close levels. Now, this one's very important because it's the previous day open. If you guys remember, I have said the previous day open and the previous day close and the current day open, these are 3 of the strongest pivot points that you're ever going to have on any intraday chart. So these are levels you should take advantage of. So instead of saying, yeah, we can break below 73.50, you should really be looking at this and saying, all right, below 73.20, since this is way too close. If you were to jump into a put from here, this would be way too quick, and you probably wouldn't have much actual reasoning in it. It would be just you trying to buy the bid and then get in, you know. So it really wouldn't be that strong of a trade. But this is a good level. I'm not taking away from it. But if I'm just trying to choose passive levels, again, and I'm giving my reason for it. Above, all right, so I'm gonna say above 74 and 74.40 for buyers. Under 73.20 and 72.55 for sellers. So we got two break aboves, two break belows, just in case you want to choose a more aggressive or a not as aggressive level. Just adding those simple levels there. Tesla, everybody's favorite. Let's add that previous day high. Let's add the wick. So 188.50. Let's just remember that. We don't have to add it and flood up our chart. Pre-market high. I'm just going to add the top of that right there. Previous day open, way down here, pretty close to a really good level. Previous day close, really close to a really good level. So if you don't want to add this and you just want to go with this 182.50, be my guest. But it looks like we have a range already. It looks like above 186.50 or below 182.50, and you can look outside of 188.30s as well. So Tesla, super easy. Normally it does line up pretty well though. Above 186.50s and 188.50. So you can buy above 186.50, scalp it towards 188.50. If it gets above 188.50, hold on top, then you can jump into another play. Under 182.50, and you can see I'm choosing the outside level, not the previous day close, not the 183.50. I'm grabbing the 182.50 because it's the most outside level from current price. Under 182.50, and to say target 180, it's a little far for a quick move, so I would say probably find something in between, and you could do that in a couple methods. You could just eyeball it. You could say 181, 181.25, but if you really want to get it down, go from the open with the fib to that first level, and you can see I would be a little off. 181.30 should be my first target. 180. Oops. There you go. All right, so let's go to the next one. We have Tesla, AMD done, SPY, bigger time frame, SPY, smaller time frame, dollar, bigger time frame, and now we're jumping into Apple. All right, so previous day low, super. Oh, I have fibs on still. All right, so previous day low, gonna grab the true low just because it's really close to the meat. I only grab the meat whenever I see there's like too many wicks that are too high. I don't see the point in going up and adding, like if this was the wick, I wouldn't see the point in adding this. I would prefer you to grab like this. But in this case, I'm just going to grab the true high and true low since they're not really that big. Pre-market high. Previous day opens basically right there at 145.11s. Previous day close, previous day low, pre-market high, pre-market low. And that's basically everything we need right there. It's a super easy range to look at. Initiating range, I'd say, is between the pre-market high and the previous day close. Between these right here. So it looks like outside of 145.50s we look good. Under 144.20s we look good. But the outside level here for previous day low is still present, so you can't just short this and think, all right, we're gonna go make new lows. No, you still have the previous day low to worry about. And you have the same case here with 145.50. Yeah, this is a great break above, but it's not the end of the world if it just keeps breaking out. You have 146 right here from where they kind of slowed down at. You got the previous day high at 146.60s where they actually slowed down at for the high of day. So it's kind of inside of the previous day, giving you good breakout levels, but also great targets. So let's type that out. I almost forgot what ticker I was looking at for a second. Nvidia, which this should be fairly decent because we just looked at AMD and they had a pretty good range. So previous day high, previous day open, check that out. All right, if you go back to AMD, remember when we marked that previous day open and it lined up with the it was the pre-market high, but you had the pre-market high right here. Go back down to Nvidia, same sector. You can see their previous day open lines up with a really good level that's above the pre-market high. So we have a really strong break above level on AMD and Nvidia yet again. Good morning, Jonas. Glad to have you in here, man. And yeah, please be sure to drop a like, everybody. We have over 80 people in here. Let's try to get the likes to like 40. I'm not even going to try to ask for yesterday's likes. Y'all got me to almost 90 likes on the video yesterday. You guys are nuts. I appreciate each and every one of you. What was that? Where was that? Oh, yeah, above 160, 30. Target 161, 35. 162, 50. 163.50. What's up, Anthony? Glad to have you in here, man. Under 159. Oh, you know what I didn't add? The previous day close. What am I doing, everybody? Under 159. Target 158. 30s. Amazon, which we already have so many: Amazon, Tesla, Apple, Nvidia. We don't need to add a crazy amount more to this actual list. Well, one, I can't fit much more for y'all to see it on the same screen, but also because there's no need to sit here and flood yourself with 68 different watches. You know, I know I type out a lot for you guys for the daily watches, but you guys should limit yourself to watching like 2 or 3 of these with SPY, of course. And of course, if you're looking at Nvidia or AMD, you should check out SMH or SOXX or even SOXS, which are great secondary confirmations for looking at semiconductor stocks. When you're looking at Tesla, you're going to want to look at XOY, you're going to want to look at Amazon. These are great confirmations for Tesla. For Apple, you're going to want to check Microsoft, you're going to want to check XLK, and these are going to give you great secondary confirmations. So if you don't want to look at SPY to get, you know, a little bit slower of a confirmation sometimes, you can check a more direct confluence indication, like with these, like I just showed you, SOXX, SOXS, all that for semiconductors, XLK for Apple, XOY, and Amazon for. Make sure you're finding the sector it belongs to, another top weight that's in that sector that it belongs to, and then you have 2 things you can look out outside of the ticker you're looking at to give yourself more confluence or higher probability of finding a good breakout. So that's always very important, and you guys see me do that every single stream. It's very, very important to get that extra confirmation instead of just going, oh, SPY's breaking out, so is Apple, and then that's all the confirmation you have. Like, yeah, that's great, I'm glad you looked at SPY as well, but what's XLK doing? What's Microsoft doing? Is Apple really moving by itself, or does it have help? You know, so make sure you always point that out. See how there's a long wick here? This is where I'm going to grab the meat. I'm just going to grab the top of that green candle. 95.87. Alright, so previous day open. Oh, look at that. Previous day open lines up with the previous day close yesterday. So that means this candle was flat. Very strong indication. Alright, so let's type out Amazon. It looks like this one's pretty decent as well. I'm trying to type less. I've been typing way, way too much on these. Above 95 30s and 96 40s. Under 93 95 and 93 40s. Baba, this one's been, of course, jumping around like crazy. This will be a weird one today. If you want to trade this, watch 79 and 80. So I'm not going to add it to the list, but we'll have it ready. Netflix. Let me back this out a little and see what the heck's going on. Alright, cool. So previous day high, previous day open, previous day close, previous day low. Pre-market highs up here, pre-market lows down here. But since there's already levels around, we'll just leave it how it is. And we don't have to add Netflix to the list either, but we at least know outside of 280.50s toward 278, it's a pretty decent trade. Above previous day open and the 284.60s, this would be a good breakout to the upside with a really close target as well as another farther target. So pretty good levels on Netflix as well today. Meta doesn't look like it. Previous day open, previous day close, previous day low, pre-market high. That's everything we have for Meta. So Meta is another good setup one. Again, we have so many things on the list, so we don't need to keep adding things, but at least we have them ready. Coinbase, previous day high, previous day open, previous day close, pre-market high, pre-market lows right there, and then previous day low. So that one's got a decent plan. If we want to trade it, we can come over to it. Neo, not really interested in that one. Google, I need to fix the bigger time frame charting on that one. I still didn't do that last night. I knew I was forgetting something. Previous day low, previous day close. Okay, this one sets up kind of scary, I'm not gonna lie. I say that because the pre-market high literally starts at the next level from price history. Again, at any time you could say, Bueller, where are you getting these levels that are coming from the random left? And I'll be like, you know what, man, let's color code it, jump out to the bigger time frame, and I'll show you where I'm getting it from. It's an emerging candle from February 3rd, 2021. So a pretty strong level there. Again, I only use levels of price history or these intraday levels that are the ones I've been labeling this entire morning. Which a lot of people, you know, around here call them BB levels, which I don't want to call it that because I did not invent pre-market or previous day levels, but I don't really know who did, so I'm not going to sit here and name drop people that are from this era. But we do have people a good level here at 240.80s that would look good for downside, and we look good above 243. So we have most of these tickers ready to go for today, even if we don't want to trade some of them. So I'm very proud of that, to have at least a decent sized list. Let me send this out to everybody real quick. I'll leave it open right there for you guys, but I'll leave it on Microsoft. But I'm gonna send this out to everybody real quick. Do not go anywhere. Today's watch list. Make it pretty for everybody. But how's everyone's morning so far? What are you guys looking at? Are there any of these tickers you guys like that I've been pointing out that you want to look at today? Remember, I already said trade a little light today, not as heavy as normal. Market's waiting for more news. But what tickers is everyone looking at, and why? Or a level and why? Alright, no more typing. You guys shouldn't have to hear that anymore. Alright, list is sent out to everybody. Everybody should have this within the next couple of seconds. I need to post it here as well. Alright, now everybody has it. Yeah, okay. I had to like triple check. We look good. We look good. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. From Trading Made Simple. What's up? Glad to have you, fam. Good morning to my Trading Made Simple, Ascend, family, and others. Good morning. What's up, Leland? What's up, Avenger? Meese. Glad to see you, Meese. Always a good time when you're here. And damn, we have over 90 people in here. Welcome, every single one of you. But be sure to check out the daily watch list. I just posted it for everybody to see. We just made it together here. We went through this entire list, of course, but these are the main ones I'm looking at today. I don't really need to keep scrolling up. That information's not old. It's just we've already had it, so you should either have it already on your chart or have it in your head, or at least remember it a little bit. But I'm gonna fix this a little bit. That's what I feared. All right, so we'll wait till the market's open to move all of that. But everybody looking good. We're all on the same page. We understand what we're looking for today. And look at the strong bounce from the bottom of that move. Again, we basically just highlighted the previous day close candle all the way up to the 396.40. And this is just kind of an area we can look at for bounces. We even typed it out here. Buyers can bounce from a hold of the blue area. So that's pretty cool that we're already getting that right as we're talking about it. So we'll definitely be paying attention to see if they defend this area. But this will be a great initial break below with 395.11 as a strong break below. So this is just a short-term one, just like these are short-term break aboves right here and here. But the better break above is going to be at 399. Of course, that's a bit far, so you can't expect us to get there, break it, set on top, and still have a lot of movement left in store to the upside. So it would probably be smart to take more aggressive levels today. But like I said, all these are ready to go. I think the only ones I didn't really edit were Square and Chewy, or Boeing, or Google. But the rest of these should be ready to go. DE on the bigger time frames. Ooh, nice. We even drew this funny little wedge and they popped to the upside. That's just John Deere for you. If this doesn't explain how strong John Deere is to anybody, I don't know what will, but John Deere is one of those crazy strong companies. You know, right now things should be down or slowing down. John Deere's just been toting along. This is a very, very strong company. Jesus, that was a new all-time high they hit. That's wild. Yeah, probably wait a little bit on that one. But yeah, good risk reward, like you said, Daffy. I did like this one for more downside. As you can see, it's not really moving right now. But the fact it continuously rejects, because we shorted from here down to here one day on stream. But as you can see, they've just been rejecting that same level still at 274.70, 274.50 area. So I'm definitely going to keep watch on that one for a swing in the near term. The last thing I talked about swing-wise was the hammers that we had on a lot of energy, which was like way back here. And almost every bigger energy chart had this candle, which was good for an overnight swing, but as you can see, it slowed down and we're back to square one since then. And that's what a lot of those energy tickers have gone through. But what's everyone looking at this morning? What's up, Jackie? Good morning. Good morning, Clive. Good morning, Steve. I guess it's all perspective, really. Jithu, I don't know how to say your name, I'll be honest, but it's really perspective. You know, that must mean that Microsoft investors find it to not be something they want to do. You know, and that's just investor standpoint. Sometimes you'll see news like that come out and things start to rally. You know, investors are like, "Wow, we really like this," but in Microsoft case, I guess not. It's funny you say Microsoft and Activision because that's the whole like insider trading rumor right now. It said Baba, I'm poised for a breakout. What do you think? Oh, Baba, we have it ready. I didn't add it to the list, of course, mainly just because it's Baba, and I don't think a lot of people are comfortable with it. But yes, it is poised for a breakout. There's a very tight range they have here between their first pre-market candle when they opened this morning, and that was at 3 my time, 4 Eastern. But it looks like outside of 81s, you have pretty good room to 82.50, possibly 83.83. Below 79, you do have room, and I need to add it to the previous day high and the previous day close. Previous day open. Yeah, so that's everything right there. So it looks good outside of this initiating range. They're just stuck inside that first candle. Very indecisive candle. But remember, China's been gapping up and down crazily, so don't think you have to jump into every move just because there's a nice gap. If you pay attention to how yesterday was, yeah, they had a good first push, but then they just chilled at the top of that range. That's because they're so tired. So don't expect huge moves from Baba if either of these levels break. But if they do, I'm not trying to take it away from Baba. It definitely can make it to those next levels. Like I said, 82.50, 83.83 above. Then you have 77.50, possibly even 76 below. So you have a lot of really good levels around that chart. Who said that? Steve? That's a really good chart. It just needs patience, really. You can't expect the biggest thing out of it. Good morning, Ray. Good morning, Bueller. Absolutely love all your streams. Thank you. Thank you, Clive. I appreciate that a lot. The streams definitely mean a lot to me. I'm glad they mean a lot to other people, too, and I'm really glad you guys are taking it the way I wanted it. I don't want these to be like, all right, guys, let's follow Bueller and let's take, you know, whatever play he's going to post or whatever. Like, I want this to be a tool where people just listen in, catch up on some updates on SPY, price action, you know, using the same system. You guys never see me switch up. I'm never sitting here going, all right, guys, I found a new method. You're never going to hear me say that. I'm going to continuously do the same methods over and over and over and over. Again, we combine price history with intraday price history to help us out with the movements for scalps, day trades, initiating breakouts, retest moves. Again, all this is in the workshop number 11. If you're not familiar with anything we do in here, I would definitely move on over to that video first. But I appreciate all the likes. I appreciate all the good mornings, all of the support. This is the first and only week I'm going to be doing public streams, at least for a long time, that is. So glad a lot of people are new, or glad a lot of newcomers are coming in here and eating all this information up. I'm really glad you guys are really creating an amazing atmosphere for people to join in here and just have a good place to grow, good place to learn things. Again, the goal is not to get rich. Anybody can make trades and make money. Anybody can do that. But if you can do it with reasoning over and over and over, this is something only the few can do. New last week to this whole thing. Thanks for sharing all this. Sometimes it's like drinking water out of a fire hose. Jesus. Yeah, we definitely do drop a lot of info in here. So don't get antsy. Don't try to rush us. Don't try to force yourself into learning something random. I definitely would just kind of take all this information naturally over time. Again, it's only Tuesday. You guys have the rest of this week, especially if you're not signed up in any of the groups. But overall, it doesn't matter. We're just here to learn, here to grow, be passive. And that kind of leads me to my next question. What kind of breakouts do you guys tend to take? Do you guys focus on, and this is what I want to get into, over the next couple weeks, limiting yourself. And you guys hear me say this every stream just about, limit yourself. You shouldn't be taking every single big move. You shouldn't be taking every freaking chart that moves past a level. You shouldn't be doing that to yourself. Focus on taking less than 3 trades a day, and you really shouldn't even be focusing to trade every single day. 2, what types of breakouts are you taking? Again, asking you that because there's multiple types. You have, let's say Baba breaks down, right? They break this and they just go straight to 77.40. This would be called an initial breakout, right? What would happen if we had a breakout and it didn't quite make it all the way, and then it retested this as resistance, or even up here, kind of where this pre-market level is right here. Whoops, that's not what I wanted. But this pre-market level is right here. What happens if it went up to either of these and reject at either spot? This would be called a retest entry, and these are the only 2 types of entries we like to go for. There is a third, but it's not relevant right now, the buy the dip entry, but that's a little different. But these are the 2 types of entries you need to limit yourself to, and you need to realize what are the risk and rewards behind this. We call this a 40% entry because you should only have 40% confidence that that is going to the next level. It's not always going to go down there, right? You're going to need a pullback and a passive confirmation saying, hey, this is a rejection. We're keeping this as resistance. We are definitely going lower, to give you that extra confirmation. This is what we call an 80% entry because it should give you 80% confidence. And these are the 2 main types of entries that we like to look for, call out, what a lot of the members post about, a crazy amount. So be sure to look through that information on the videos, but also these are the only 2 entries we take. So be sure to limit yourself to them. What do I mean by that? Limit yourself. I was wandering down a hallway, opened a door, and boom, fell into this room. But that's me. I like opening range breakouts outside of yesterday's range. And there you go. That's just your favorite type of entry. That's amazing. Again, I'm not here to judge anybody's favorite entry, but that's great. Scalping outside of the previous day's range, that's a lot of the time going to be a really good move, especially when it's outside of the range. Instead, because that's another thing too that I got to talk about. This isn't just an outside of the range move, right? Let's say we were inside of previous days and we had, what's a chart we can do that on? AMD. So AMD breaks this level at 74.30s. Yeah, that's a great breakout because it's breaking a historical level, but it's not as strong as if it was the outsides of the previous day, because then you're breaking into new ground, right? If that makes sense compared to that. So yes, this would be a great open range break, or this would be a great initiating breakout, but it would still be inside of the range. So I would say it has a little bit more risk to it than if you were taking this level and we were starting here, if that makes sense. Where's the tip jar, the button thingy with the dollar sign? There's definitely no need to drop any tips here. I love the name, Sandollar77. Good morning, Miggy, or Ziri, I should say. I do TA and find the support and resistance. If it hits the support, look for puts. If it hits the resistance and look for calls, then look for breakouts in either direction. Still learning. Of course, Victoria, but good to hear your thought process out loud. But again, limit yourself to these types of entry. So we have about 11 or just under 10 minutes till open. I'll invite Devin in here in a couple minutes. Do we have any other questions or any other just open remarks that we want to get out before the market's open? I'm pretty good at reading all the messages regardless, but I'd like to get this out just so you guys have a chance of getting a real question out before. And thank you, Sandella, for kind of stemming this out of my head, but kind of back to the inside of the range thing, and you have a great idea, by the way, saying the previous day low. It's a great break below. But let's say this is like way up here, and we're used to only taking outside of the previous day low, right? We're just really good at taking that kind of trade. We don't know why. What can we do? Well, we have to wait, because it's not really fair to say. Let's say it's way up here. it's not really fair to say, oh, below 72.50s is great, even though current price is at 75. Like, yeah, that's a great breakout, but you have to understand, to get there, they're going to have to sell a lot, right? So once they finally get there, it doesn't have as much high probability as if it was starting like right here, right? So that's another kind of thing to take into perspective, is what positioning do we have? How far is it from these levels? Is what I'm taking more aggressive? Is what I'm taking more passive? Frankie G, pleased to make your acquaintance. Great job with the streams. Patience is key. Facts. No, patience is amazingly like the one single thing that helps you, which is, it kind of sucks when you hear that, because people are like, you guys should be patient. It's like, well, that's some vague ass advice. How is that going to help me? But then you start to look at this stuff more and you're like, wow, that guy was right. You know, patience is key. But I appreciate that you guys enjoyed the streams. Doing this all week, public, open for everybody. I hope you guys enjoy it today. Good morning, Rambo. Glad to see you, man. How are you doing? And be sure to have some water, guys. Don't just be sitting here dry-lipped like me right now. I'm going to have to go grab a water here in a minute. I'm going to do that real quick. I'm going to go grab a water. Don't go anywhere. And then we'll come back. I'll answer another question, and then we'll invite Devin. Alright, I'm back. Got my Red Bull ready. I hope you have wings, man. Don't sue them if you don't get wings, though, you know. I think it's common sense to think you won't get wings. Is dollar used as a leading / trailing indicator, or just confirmation of market direction? I'm mainly using it for direction. I don't really see it as a leading or trailing. Overall, I just kind of use it as confluence. So if I see the dollars rallying, I'm just going to, in my head, I'm going to think, all right, well, there's more bearish pressure on SPY. Now, that doesn't mean it has to drop. I'm just saying there's more bearish pressure. So if it does break a good level and the dollar's rallying, well, then SPY has a really good chance of breaking even lower. Irish coffee. Got my camel burley mixed with water. Love to hear it. I heard it gives your profits wings. No profits, no wings. Common sense isn't so common these days. No, you're not wrong about that one. You watch the dollar, VIX, and the 20-year. That's smart. I like looking at the... I don't look at the bonds as much, but they are very smart to watch. And VIX, you have to be very careful with VIX. A lot of people misunderstand or misconceive what VIX actually is. It does not mean every time it goes up, prices go down. It does not mean every time it goes down, prices go up. It's not necessarily just like the dollar. It mainly tracks volatility, the SPX options. So that's a big thing people misconceive when they look at VIX, which I love looking at the VIX. I think it's a great thing to look at when you're looking for fear or greed. So that's a great thing to look at in confluence with what you just said on, oh, the 2-year. My bad, I thought you said the 20. Because I'll sometimes just kind of look at TLT, which you can see they're dying today. And then the dollar is, I think, up today. Yeah. They're barely up. They just got up from the previous day close, but they had that nasty dip overnight, and they picked back up. And again, I don't really look at this on the smaller time frames. I mainly just view it on the daily, just to kind of give myself a quick view. And just to give you guys a quick rule, if you go to my supply demand video or the zone drawing video, it'll show you how I get these blue areas. Some of them are just from smaller time frames, but these right here on the dollar, this is clear supply. I went from the last high to the open of the last green candle from this rally, and it uses as a great area of, at first it's great supply. You could see since then we sat on it as demand. They sat on it as support, so it's really good demand. Fell under it, and now it's kind of back to supply again. And then down here we have demand, which I grabbed the last low to the high of the last red candle from that area. And you can see we've actually been using that as a very strong area of demand. So a very, very good area to look at for buyers to pick up on the dollar. You switch over to the bigger time frames on SPY. And you can see we're kind of dealing with the same issue. We're kind of up against, not supply necessarily, it's really just a gap range. But it's still nice to see we're kind of rejecting it, at the same time we're picking up off support on the dollar. So we do have confluence between those two. Good morning, Jeremy. Glad to have you in here, man. How are you doing, Jeremy? But let me switch to the other time frame, and then we'll go to the smaller. We'll view this. I'm going to invite Devin real quick. Let me get my headset on so I can actually hear him when he joins. One more time, just to get it back from you guys. The music is okay. The volume's not killing your ears. Anything crazy? Which, if you guys can find me another non-copyrighted playlist on Spotify or whatever, be my guest, DM me on Discord, Twitter, Instagram, whatever the hell you know me on. Send it over.
Yo, yo.
Yo, good morning, Devin. How you doing?
Pretty good, pretty good.
Guys, and I have a guest visitor coming on either Wednesday or Thursday, or maybe both days, but we'll have Jay Bacon here for a couple hours as well. So if you know who that is, be on the lookout. Music's chill? Alright, good. Steven, you should check out the beginning of the stream. Try to catch up. I wouldn't just start where we are right now and just try to guess at what we're doing. I would generally go back to the beginning of the stream, try to skim through some of the pre-market info, some of the things I just broke down this morning. Give yourself a little bit more insight. But main thing we like to look at are just updates. We go off of levels of price history with short-term levels of price history. We go off of them, use them as a plan together. And that's just in short. Of course, I don't have time to give you a huge breakdown. But definitely take time to go through the beginning of the stream. Check out some of the info. Check out the workshop number 11 video featured on the channel if you are new here. The video is meant for you. AMD's taking a dive now. Ooh, good watch. Remember, that was that one that was poking its head above.
That's still holding up very well compared to most stuff. I like that.
Good morning, Sylvia. Glad to have you in here. Google tanking right now as well. Good call out, Sherman. Yeah, market opens in less than a minute, guys. Clive said, everybody don't forget to click the like on the video. I always forget, but remembered early today. Thank you, Clive. I appreciate the support, man. Y'all already hit my goal, so I'm not even tripping. I asked for 40 likes. Y'all already got over that. Yesterday, I think I asked for like 30, and I got it to like 90 almost. Y'all are insane. I appreciate all the support. Yep.
Dip and rip, rip and dip. What are we gonna do?
Thank you, Goran. Sorry if I'm saying that wrong. Appreciate that. Is there a topic you guys want me to do? I as you guys can tell, I prefer to stream than make videos, but I have so many videos covering so many topics. What video or what topic would you guys want me to come out with next? Just looking for some ideas. I said it right? Awesome. It's a pretty cool name. Oh, what's up? I pulled up AMC. What's up?
AMC, huh? The moon?
No, somebody asked for it as a joke. At least I hope they're joking.
No,
Even though
that's half as long term.
It's not that I don't like their chart. I just fundamentally don't get this company. I think that's the reason I don't like looking at their chart. And I don't have to understand them. I don't even see it as a meme stock. I see it as pointless. I see it as a pointless stock. So you want so Mies is asking for some more live trading series. Yeah, I can definitely do that.
I guess I could record a couple too.
Those were a lot of fun to do. I didn't stream or do any of those like live or anything. I mean, I did do them live on a recording, but I kind of got into my own headspace where I just kind of chill on my own. I sit there, I look for trades, and then I record them. And then afterwards, I put audio recording over it of the actual trade, and I cover it with basically just an in-depth breakdown covering what was my thought process, why did I like it, what type of entry was it. And I actually have an entire playlist of this private for just certain people. So I can try to release a couple more of those. We have a bunch of those on private. Every time I post them, though, I get a couple comments of people going, yo, this is an old video. It's like, no shit. It's been private for a very long time. I'm just sharing it to a bunch of people now. So don't get confused when I do that. But definitely, Mies, that's a great idea. I'll definitely try to do some more. And yeah, we broke pre-market low, pretty close to pushing towards that 395. Great call out, David Martinez.
Better than Microsoft getting some green. But Amazon and Google, not so much.
Alright, cool. Alright, so we got a mix of green, mix of red across the market. There's some sectors that are up, some sectors are down. Nothing's really moved too crazily, except maybe energy being up over 1% in 3 points. I'm going to assume oil's killing it today.
Yeah, XOM gets over 112. It's got a dollar move to 113. Meta just getting all kinds of buyers. 110.57. Yesterday high, obviously at 112. Microsoft coming up to its pre-market high.
Amazon's holding previous day close very well.
Same with Google.
Just kind of skimming through them. Meta's up to the previous day open. Coin is fighting yesterday's open. Microsoft's
We've been
up
seeing
since
that a lot lately. Detouch. A lot of this stuff seems disconnected. Then it reconnects later on in the day. So
yeah, like yesterday was a great example. Apple was pushing higher and then sat to the right while you had Microsoft dropping, and then Apple finally caught up at the end. Really right before lunchtime, it finally caught up. So it took a while for Microsoft and Apple to play in sync the other day. And like Devin just said, we've seen this multiple times across the past couple weeks. Which is a good leading indicator to, all right, don't touch anything yet.
First 10 minutes saves us some money.
And if you guys have noticed that on your own, any discrepancies between any like related tickers or stocks that are, of course, top weights in the same sector, then you're doing great because you're looking at it correctly. That's what you need to look for. What are the differences? What's pulling what? And it can get a little fuzzy in the head because you're probably used to hearing, oh, well, Apple and Microsoft are the top weights in SPY. Apple and Microsoft are the top weights in XLK. You have Amazon and Tesla top weights in XLY. You know, so it gets a little fuzzy when you start to mix some of these together and you start to realize like, oh, these all make each other up. But over time, it'll come a little bit more naturally.
Amazon and Tesla losing that, coming down. Same with Google, it's turning red again. Meta wicking, nothing too hot.
And what do we do the first 10 minutes of every day, everybody? We sit, we watch, we observe. The first 10 minutes is always aggressive.
Apple yesterday low, that's pretty important, coming down. SPY still holding, so that's energy holding SPY up. Maybe healthcare a little bit.
Yeah, definitely watch the previous day low and previous day close on XLK. XLV, watch how it reacts to the same levels. Previous day close, previous day low. XLY, same thing. Actually,
Got his strength back. Nobody likes that right now.
I would definitely keep eyes on Apple to see if it breaks that previous day low alongside Microsoft as they are testing their halfway point of their opening price, but basically holding above the previous day open, or sorry, previous day close. We've got a couple levels here to watch on Microsoft and just one to watch on Apple below. Two very important charts. So definitely keep watching to see if XLK loses support of the previous day low up to this level here at 130.76. So if they lose this, it's a very good chance you see Microsoft, Apple continue lower. But right now you need to be paying attention on, are they going to try and hold that support and build up higher? Because that will take a little bit of time. So don't get caught out in the open. I love the fact Tesla's holding its previous day close. What is Amazon doing? They're under their previous day close, but they're fighting it right now. So those are generally in the same area. Which if you guys notice, the previous day open and the previous day close line up at the same level for Amazon. Wow, Tobias, that's pretty interesting, actually. Thank you for sharing that. Q's under PDC, AMD holding under PDC, looking for an 80% entry. And see how awesome it is when you guys start getting some of the abbreviations, PDC standing for previous day close. It's a lot easier to type things, be quicker, and we're all generally on the same page. But it's good if you guys are starting to type out those abbreviations more. Start to do that if you're more in the process of understanding the levels. You're just now focusing on catching plays. Get in the habit of typing out those abbreviations. It's quicker. It's easier on you to remember. And over time, it'll just come naturally. Baba's still in range. Netflix breaking previous day close and the previous day low. Sucks they're moving so fast, but 278's right there in its sights. 275 under that. Apple testing PDL, good callouts, good callouts. Nvidia's at the same level, good callouts by JBake. By the way, guys, JBake will be in here tomorrow and Thursday, or one or the other, but I'm going to try to aim for both days. So look out for JBake to be in the voice chat as well. Like I said, there's only a few people I'd be willing to add in here. JBake would be one of them. There's already enough callouts by me and Devin in here, mentions and all that, so I'm just not trying to have us walk over each other. But JBake's going to be a great addition to the calls, and I know a lot of you guys miss him from back in the day. If you guys have been around me for a long time, you know who JBake is. Alright, I'm just going back to SPY. Let's just wait.
Yep, 30 seconds on the 10-minute candle.
Be sure to check out the Trading Made Simple with Sandra channel. It's the only channel I have featured on my channel. She has really cool breakdowns on a lot of Thinkorswim setups, not just for spreads, but honestly a ton of amazing videos on how to navigate a lot of this. So be sure to check out her channel. JBake is the tech specialist. That's what. If you guys remember back in the day when we made all of our watch list, I would never post the triple Qs. I would always let JBake do that because he was a lot more accurate in the tech sector than I was, and you just have to recognize the skill when you see it. So I got out of the way. I let him post tech, and that'll probably be what he gets up in here and posts and talks about a lot more. As you can see, some of his mentions are all tech, which that's the most popular sector. Everybody loves looking at tech.
New 10-minute. Indecision candle on SPY.
SPY looking like a good base, PML, PDC, but with Tesla, Amazon, Apple all at PDC area, indecisive, not confident about a 40% entry breakout on 396.50 area. Look at that breakdown by Jonas, everybody. Right there, that's exactly what I'm talking about. My uncle was a technician for... Damn! Well, don't talk bad to JBake on PS3 servers, guys. You will actually get your account banned. That's like when you're like, my dad works for Microsoft, and then he actually works for Microsoft.
Instantly banned.
And what's up, guys? 99 concurrent viewers. Can we get one more person in here? Crack that double egg. PS over Xbox any day. I'm PC gang, so I can't even talk. I would say Sony has been destroying Xbox in these recent years, though. Not even just with engagement, I would say with video games just in general. Ow. Like now, dollar is breaking down after a small rising wedge. We have room up on SPX if this continues. Great mention by Tobias. Tobias. Saying Tobias sounds a lot tougher in my opinion. And be sure to drop what you guys are looking at, any mentions you guys possibly have on the market. We'll also try to do our best to call out what we see. I'm seeing a lot of stocks hold their support. Right now you can see SPY still holding the blue area. Nothing crazy yet though. Oops, I'm on the wrong screen. AMD still holding that previous day close. Tesla still holding that previous day close. So these stocks are holding really good levels. Apple's still holding that previous day low. So you know what to look out for more downside. What do we need to look for bulls? We need to see some basing happen. Which takes time. Baba trying to poke its head above. No luck yet. Netflix super low volume under its break below. Alright, so let's do a little fib work on Meta here. So I'm going from the point of the first breakout to the high of this first move, right? And this basically just gives me an initiating range of, alright, if this holds, we can look for a possible short-term bounce here. If not, you're still going to be looking for the overall bigger bounce, it coming back down to the pre-market high and bouncing from here. So you can look for 1, short-term dips, 2, more mid-term, long-term dips. Again, I always go from point of breakout to the high of the move before it slowed down. So I went to the high, we slowed down, getting a reset. If we can hold this, it's a good short-term dip. If we dip lower, we can look to see if they want to try to hold the pre-market high. That is the main function you ever see me do Fibonacci on. Neo's up the most today off of these, 6%. Baba, of course, from those huge gaps on China. Square shortly following. Please fill up Amazon. Bet. Alright, so I'm going to go from point of breakout, which at this point, it's not really a huge breakout. But I'd go from here to here. You can see we're above that, which it's clear as day that they're above that. So it's basically a 100% retracement already. There's not much to grab on that fib-wise. Now, a lot of people around me like to grab from open to the low of day, which is a great method as well. I always am consistent, though. I like to go with just the point of breakout to this. So if this ends up breaking 93.40s, let's say it dips to here, I'll grab another fib and see if they want to pull back up and then tank further. But there's not much to grab here yet, since they're still within that first initiating drop, if that makes sense.
Came back down real quick, then wicked right back up. Microsoft at that yesterday. Low again. Same with Apple.
Here in 15 minutes, the consumer sentiment report drops. Market is waiting on that news. Great call out, Raul. Baba pushing back below open. Great mention. Watching to see if the China gaps fade. K-Web. Oh, yeah, that's a great mention, too. Thank you for saying that, Jeremy. And I haven't said it yet, but if you guys ever look at Neo, Baba, mainly Baba is what I like to look at this with, but if you pay attention to Baba, pay attention to K-Web as well. K-Web, K-W-E-B, is a great kind of sentiment or a confluence kind of indicator. So if you see this breaking support, you can assure that Baba is probably breaking support. So these are good two things to look at. This kind of adds on to that conversation I had earlier
with you guys saying you guys should watch SMH or SOXX when you're trading a semiconductor, XLK when you're trading Apple, Microsoft. It's just to give yourself a great kind of secondary view for whatever individual stock you're looking at. But great mention, Jeremy. I always forget about some of those, like KWeb. KWeb's such a good one. You also have CWEB as well. But great mention. A lot of 4-hour charts are showing bearish patterns like double, triple tops on Apple, Google, Microsoft, Nvidia. Amazon with the bear flag on the 4-hour as well. Great callouts by JBake on the bigger time frames. Always nice to zoom out when in doubt. And yeah, sector-wise, we definitely have a bit of a mix here. We had energy up a lot more than that. They've pulled back a little bit. Some of the green sectors have pulled down a little bit, and some of the super red sectors have pulled back a little bit. So getting a bit of a mix here. And our top 3 sectors are all red right now. BB system never fails, exactly. There's always reasoning for something. And what is a great way to practice, guys? And I genuinely want to see more of you guys do this, but try to draw these levels up yourself, you know, using the price history, using these pre-market, previous day levels as well. But try to find 40% and 80% entries, circle them, figure out, you know, type out examples like, all right, this would have been my stop loss, this would be a great first target. Try to visualize as much as you possibly can and post those. If it means just DMing yourself, awesome. Tagging me, posting it somewhere, awesome. I don't care where you do it, but you should practice as much as you possibly can. If you're trading more than you're actually reviewing and practicing, there's an issue.
Meta is losing its pre-market high, coming down. Microsoft still hasn't broke. Neither is Apple. Just watching to see if they can break. But also, 12 minutes till consumer sentiment, so it could change it all around or bust us through these levels. Kind of keep an eye on that.
So many good callouts. Tesla green to red. Amazon breaking below yesterday's low of day. VIX firm. What's up, Jason? Glad to have you in here. See if Microsoft, Apple can snap previous day low. Will help pull this market. Preach. Tesla flushing down. Great callout. Sand dollar. Q's new low broke yesterday's low as well. Great mention. And yeah, pretty low volume push so far. Whoops. Fix that. AMD, pretty good rising volume bounce off the previous day close so far. What's Nvidia doing? Nvidia is doing the same price action from its bigger time frame level at 156.70s. They have previous day close inside at 158.30. So we have semis actually trying to push higher.
Buys trying to reclaim pre-market low too. Couple seconds left on a 10-minute candle.
Semis are strong, guys. Keep eyes on those. This would be the second day in a row semis moved earlier than everything else. Nvidia and AMD left higher yesterday, and they were the first ones to peak before everything else decided to consolidate and then break lower. But they were the first ones. Oh, I got what you're saying, Jonas. All right, I was reading that backwards for some reason. So yeah, a bit scary because you have a lot of your heavier weights at very, very scary supports. You have semis bouncing off really good supports with pretty good volume. Tesla still hasn't broken anything crazy yet. We really should watch to short them under 182.50s. Nothing before. It'd also be nice to have some outside confluence. SPY, or no, sorry, that's AMD. AMD retook their open. SPY still weak under that blue area. But it's good to see small bodies, some wicks picking up, because this might actually give buyers a chance of basing here for SPY on the smaller time frames. And they're still above a good level at 395, so no worries yet. But breaking previous day close is pretty significant. They're going to need to retake that. Great call out. Apple did break their previous day low. They're still fighting it, but good break so far. Might see Amazon give up here. Keep eyes on Tesla as well at that 182.50. What's Microsoft doing? What's the Queen doing? Microsoft's also doing the same move as Apple, so potentially seeing yesterday lows break right now.
Apple's getting a couple cents below pre-market low, but nothing crazy yet. Still no volume. We're getting a little bit more volume under that pre-market low, yesterday low.
Semiconductors still holding very well. Apple pushed lower. Let's see if that volume picks up. It has picked up a little bit, so that's a really good break so far by Apple. Amazon's weak and breaking. Tesla, it broke with pretty good volume. And Microsoft, check the Queen. Also broke with I'd say volume. Nothing crazy. But some of those did break with good volume, guys. So be very careful. This could help SPY break 395. Energy up again a little bit. Top 4 sectors are red now, with XLF barely green, meaning our top 5 sectors are almost all red from open. AMD, no luck over the 74s. Tesla still toting down a little lower. Levels are working out pretty well so far. Just need to see some good follow through. Baba's still in range. Netflix is in a pretty good range now too, even with it dipping too quick. Because I definitely don't see how somebody would have grabbed puts here and then sold here. That would have been just too aggressive. And I'm not trying to make that up either. But a really good break under 278s would be a good secondary watch, or a push back over the 280, 250s would be a good watch for Netflix new levels. Meta failed to hold their short-term retracement. They've now pushed down with lowering volume from their high of day. Microsoft also continuing lower. Yeah, there were no indications to buy the dip yet, guys. Like I said, before buying the dip, you want to see that base build, which I have an entire playlist on. But we have consumer data coming out in less than 3 minutes. What's up, Happens? Good name. It's not healthcare. Nothing's holding SPY up, really. I'd say it's a combination of your smaller sectors holding it, but healthcare is red as well.
$10 having some trouble with his audio.
Does everybody else have audio still? I haven't seen anybody else say it, so it might just be $10.
Yeah. Make sure he's not connected to Bluetooth.
Huh. Normally I would tell someone to refresh their browser, but he already did that. What he needs to do is Livestream. Oh, okay. Everybody can hear me. It's all good.
Yeah, we're good.
Something on $10 side.
SPY wicking again right before the news that yesterday. Hello.
Like I said, guys, keep eyes on semiconductors, NVIDIA and AMD especially. I still like how those are holding, even when everything moved a little lower. No retake by Apple yet. No retake by Tesla yet. No retake by Amazon yet. And no retake by Microsoft yet. So all the things that broke support are still under the supports in which they broke. NVIDIA and AMD still holding pretty well. But yeah, I'd say on SPY it's a combination of things holding us up. I'd say it's general sectors holding together. None of these cross past the 50% mark that heavily yet. As you guys can see, XOK is still holding that support. Before the next leg down, we have to see previous day low break, and that's going to help out Apple and Microsoft for anybody watching those. This did break lower on healthcare, so it looks like as long as they maintain under today's open, they look good for more downside. Discretionary, same story at the previous day low. Comms are still in a range, didn't really go anywhere. Financials are moving higher. Financials are actually holding pretty well this morning. That could be a leading indicator to helping SPY hold up a little bit. It's the 5th heaviest sector on the screen right here.
30 minutes.
Industrials retook today's open. Staples are not above their today's open yet, but very close. Real estate's just been moving up. Base is moving up.
Coming up a little bit after the 10 o'clock. See if it's going to get wicked right back down.
No amazing base yet, but a really good buyer reaction so far from the previous day lows, everybody, on SPY. So as a group, everybody's working pretty well together.
We also got that consumer data that they're reacting to a little bit. The algo's probably picked up on that already.
Oh, my bad, Daffy.
Nothing burger.
I can hear myself clicking. Why is it not going? Very risky spot for more calls yet, Daffy. For puts, I just need to see a little bit more price action to get me in. But overall, this does have good risk reward for sellers, unless they hold over the 26, as it looks like. Also, this is a commodity. X is basically all just steel. So be very careful. Any steel news comes out that will affect that price. Yeah, I do like that chart, though. Good find. Also, if you want to watch X, I would watch CLF. CLF is a great ticker to look at. My sound was a momentary lapse of reason. Glad to have you back, Sand Dollar. I didn't really know what to say because you couldn't hear me. But I'm glad you got it back working. You said BBY. Somebody brought BBY to my attention the other day as well. I try not to look at Best Buy or any of those too much, but somebody did mention that. I forgot what I even said about it already, to be honest.
Looks bullish.
Looks tired.
Back down. Back below pre-market low on spot.
A silent clicker mouse? Oh, like every time you click, there's no noise. That's kind of cool. That would actually be pretty helpful. See, I find myself clicking a ton. I still have a Final mouse from like way back in the day. This thing it used to be the lightest mouse in the world. I'm pretty sure there's like 3 other lighter ones now, but at the time, this mouse was insane. This thing weighs literally nothing. Like, it feels like I'm moving air when I'm moving my mouse still. No retake by Tesla yet, or Amazon, or Apple, or Microsoft. I'm just seeing continued rejection. Semi's holding up pretty well, but also getting rejected a little more now. Pretty good volume on that potential shooting star. This is the type of price action that eats people alive. Trust me, be patient. Watching 395s on SPY still. You should still be short Tesla, Apple, Amazon, Microsoft, unless they retake the levels in which they broke just now. A few minutes ago, actually. just really waiting for the overall market to try and move lower under 395. If not, we'll see them build base and we'll see them retake today's open, get over this blue zone, and if they can hold on top of this blue area, which is an area highlighted between the yesterday closing candle and the price history level of 396.40, we'll be looking over these levels to see if bulls can take prices higher. There's nothing really crazy going on yet, though. I'd say anything, you've just seen one short-term bear indication. No good follow-through yet.
XOM's candle getting from red to green.
Microsoft slowly retaking.
Yeah, Tesla coming up to 184 if it retakes that.
Amazon might try.
Apple got over yesterday low.
So a lot of the levels in which they broke are being retaken, everybody.
Q's making a nice little bounce. SPY coming up.
Right at the previous day low.
The 10-minute candle getting increasing volume right now on SPY with quite a bit of time left.
You should also say where from on the Qs. PDL's perfect level. Which I don't even have that marked because of that level. If you guys want to look where I have this level from, let's color code it.
Mine's just a big red line, so that's why I said yesterday low.
Look at that, guys. Dear Lord. An emerging candle from August 21st, 2020. We're grabbing a level from over 2 years ago to help us out. Again, just a top of a green candle. That's all we've drawn. It's nothing special. Look how important it is lining up with what Devin just said, the previous day low, as well as today's low, possibly. It's crazy how price history works, everybody.
If SPY can take 96.50 and 397. Can't talk.
And yeah, dollar most likely going to lower 106s from here. Pretty decent head and shoulders on the intraday chart. Again, I don't like to look at it on the 5-minute, but it is nice to switch over and look at it. Like I said, they have a pretty good amount of room below, though, before any decisive move will happen. And also, zoom out when in doubt, guys. It's very easy to get lost in the smaller time frames. Be sure to zoom out to the bigger time frames and remind yourself, what are we looking at? And you'll see we have a bearish kicker. So what does that mean today is going to most likely experience? We have two scenarios in front of us. We either get a breather candle, what a lot of us call a reset candle, so which means you'll probably get a small green day today, or you break the yesterday's low, which brings us down to the next area. That's the two scenarios we're in. There is no other scenario.
Nice volume coming in on SPYs. It's coming up to 96.50. Minute 30 on the 10-minute candle. XLE back at that pre-market yesterday high. XOK getting a nice bounce. Same with XLB. Are the bulls gonna do something? Bears looking it down in the last couple seconds. New 10-minute candles. Apple's at its pre-market low. Microsoft's still best, battling yesterday low, pre-market low. Tesla's right there. Google not so much. Meta's got that tight range starting to form. Too much follow through on the volume. See if we hold that pre-market low now, or if it's going to go back down and retest yesterday low. Google moving lower.
Appreciate that, Sonia. Amazon's still holding really well under. Same for Netflix. Meta's just ugly overall. Tons of indecision. Microsoft looking like it wants to try and break lower. See if Apple re-breaks that previous day low or not. I tripped over the like button booby trap. Like I said, I'm happy with how many likes you guys already got me. I was only aiming for like 30 or 40. You guys are nuts. Yeah, Baba's...
Back to... Go ahead.
I was going to say, Baba's still with the aggressive sellers at resistance, as Taylor is mentioning at the same time.
Microsoft, Amazon coming down, Apple, SPY coming back down through pre-market low. See if it holds yesterday low.
Remember, guys, what were the 4 tickers we were watching just now? We were watching Tesla. They pulled up and validated the first break. Apple, they pulled up and validated the first break. But what were the 2 that did not? Amazon, which is the one I was keeping up with, and Microsoft. They are still not holding anything significant. They never even retook their previous day close. So those 2 still looking good. Now you're just needing follow through from the others that are not doing that yet. And also for SPY to try and break the 395 to show that the collective of the sectors is moving lower. I also am keeping a close eye on AMD and Nvidia because even with all of this ugly price action, these are holding up decently well. Nvidia looks a lot more scary than it did 10 minutes ago. It actually looks more like a bear flag forming here a little now. AMD though, AMD is still holding up pretty well. Still holding above, or it's fighting today's open, but still above really good levels here. They just filled that gap, popped back up real quick, and now they're sitting on top of that. So that's one good watch. Meta finally broke today's open with an actual candle close. If everything does continue lower, this will mean that Microsoft has led for 2 days in a row. You want 200 likes? I'll take whatever you give, man. You killed your Amazon projections for the low side today. Yeah, some of them didn't fare out too well. But yeah, Amazon did do pretty good, actually. This is how most of them should have reacted. Apple had a little bit of play, and so did Tesla. They're still holding fairly decent bearish levels as well from the upside. But overall, Amazon and Microsoft did leave the station without the help of Apple and Tesla. Now it's really just kind of keeping your eyes on Apple and Tesla, because if those continue lower, well, then your Amazon, Microsoft will go even lower because they're already down lower, if that makes sense. But if you see Apple, Tesla, the semiconductors continue to hold, it's better to just get out of your Amazon, Microsoft shorts and just kind of wait to see, is everything basing here? Is everything just kind of chilling a little bit longer?
I just went down and put a higher low in right there. and pushed it all the way back up on the 10-minute candle. See if it battles it out. We still got about 3 minutes left on it, but that's pretty impressive. It's turning it green.
Closing your Microsoft and Amazon shorts was exactly what you did. Hey, nice. Good stuff. And yeah, good, because you had initial reasoning, but it started slowing back up as you had more indications towards slowdown or even reversal on other stocks and sectors. So great work if you guys got into any of those shorts. You're closing out for small gains. Again, I'm not sitting here saying you caught a fat bag when you caught those shorts, but still nice initial move. Looks like we're holding pretty well on Tesla still. Apple's still defending the previous day low.
Meta came back at pre-market high. Bird Bees held well, back up at 313.80.
Jeez, Leland. Oh, maybe you had it set before the splits and everything. Maybe it just... That's dumb if you did do that and it didn't update it for you. I mean, damn, it's just simple math that the system has to do. Plenty of chop factors so far this morning, I agree. Yeah, for real, Leland, that really gets me. I'm actually confused how that didn't convert. Why would you still have an alert at 26.50 on Amazon? I have no clue why Thinkorswim could not convert that for you. That is just sad. Lazy programming. Dear Lord, I just saw your Amazon swing, Leland. I mean, I didn't just see that you were in it. I just now saw what your results were. Alright, I'll bring him up on the daily and see if anybody in here wants to try and answer. Well, I'm not going to let them answer this one, but he liked the shooting star on this one to the next support. And so far, he's up 27% just in that little bit of movement on Amazon swing. And then Microsoft, which is funny because those are the only two I've really seen any moves on. He played the bearish kicker, which is just a good initiating signal, but he liked it for an overnight swing. Ended up getting into it, and I think he got over 15% on that one. So not as big as the Amazon, but still really good movement. So great work, Leland. Already kind of starting your day off with a couple base hits. Really more of a... You're already on third base, in my opinion. Good stuff, though. Always happy to see the gains coming in for you guys, regardless of the size. You can see it in top watches. But for Amazon, he had a same week 91. And for Microsoft, he had same week 235 puts. So he's just playing overnight swings, which is why he had same weeks. So he probably will not sit in them that long. Very smart of him to do so. And this is why I love the pre-market prep, guys. The very first thing I talked about today was trading light, not trading with an as heavy position, because the market's waiting for more news with Powell coming in tomorrow, as well as some of the pieces of news coming out today. But tomorrow is really the big watch. So it's not like today is really meant to have a crazy day. And if we do, awesome. Not going to complain about it. But that's why I always zoom out to the bigger time frames to show you guys what my thought process is. You know, do we have to have a crazy big day today? No. The two things we're looking for is either a smaller, type green day to just kind of sit here for a reset candle, because we have initiating bearish reaction here. You have one good resistance, a second good rejection, and now a strong bearish candlestick pattern stepping in on the bigger time frame. So we're most likely going to get a small green day, and then we'll have to watch for this low right here, which my cursor is on, 395s. We need to see that to break for this to move lower. So that's basically the two scenarios we have set up in front of us. So again, so far we've just had short-term moves. I wouldn't say anything crazy's happened yet. So if you haven't taken a trade or you've taken very small gains or small losses, don't beat yourself up. There is nothing really crazy going on just yet. I'd say right now in the smaller time frames we're building base, but even they haven't gotten much of a move.
Tesla's got the most off the dip so far.
Ooh, nice, Jonas. Good stuff. I'm very glad to see you got your... And it's okay if you didn't take the exact contract. He's just posting what he likes the most. But if you grab something else, awesome. Trade it accordingly. But it seems like you did. You grabbed a closer target. Good stuff. Not a crazy huge gain, but still a very nice, reasonable trade. Too distracted, haven't traded yet. No problem, Mies. And if you think you're too distracted, definitely don't beat yourself up and jump into any trades or force anything. Set up your chart, reset your mind, get back into it. No need to force. That's the great thing about the stock market, guys. Anytime you feel uneasy or uncomfortable or you don't think you're ready yet, guess what? You don't need to force or push a trade. You can sit there and wait. The market is not going anywhere. How convenient. Bring us to 395 to base. Easy trap for both sides. They love inflicting pain. Big time. I'd say bigger time frames have more bearish indicators than buyer. But overall, no one has true control of where we're going right now.
Tesla over opening price, 186 coming up.
Tesla with a vengeance.
Meta's holding pretty good too.
It's helping Apple out. It's helping Amazon try to retake the level in which they fell from. Microsoft's retaking the level in which they fell from. So we're seeing some good reversals now finally.
Kind of trying to battle 396.50 on SPY and got wicked down real quick. You should get over 397 to really get going towards pre-market high.
Feeling claustrophobic. Netflix breaking base build. Good watch. Good volume too from candle to candle. Really good candle setup here too, Mies. If you go to that support, what do you have off of that support? Hammer, indecisive candle, hammer, indecisive candle, bullish engulfing. So you have a couple good reactions to the same support. So good job keeping watch on that. Good job, Mel. Mel said he went long Tesla at 183. He's scaling out now. Very smart because we are approaching a very hefty level here at today's open. Great job scaling out. Round of applause for Mel. Round of applause for Leland. Really good trades by both of those two. Good call out. Marente, I just saw you typed it as well very early on. Tesla testing the CDO. All out, Mel. Good stuff. Round of applause for Mel. Claustrophobic. Santa Rally claustrophobic. That is crazy, Big Boom. Good job being able to pivot from bearish to bullish and vice versa when needed. Good stuff. And you might be catching smaller gains, but as they stack up, you're collecting a lot of really good base hits. So good job, Big Boom. He's in the year 2077. Apple breaking back above the pre-market low. Great call out by J-Bake. As we're seeing a lot of short-term retakes from red to green on a lot of these charts. Nothing crazy yet. We haven't got any amazing follow-through, but this is a really good reaction. We never had SPY break support right here. If you go to the Qs, they never broke that. I mean, they did break it, but they never had a decisive close underneath with good volume. So good moves by those. The dollar did pull back a little bit more. A couple of you guys mentioned that. Tobias, Leland, Daffy. If Rowdy was here, I'm sure he'd say it too. Let's Let's go check some of those sector charts. XOK never broke that new low. We talked about that. Watch for them to break out. XLV still in range. XLC still in range. Nothing's really broken out of range, but they have picked back up to the top side of their open. That's a good sign. XLF still pushing higher. That was one of the few that was just green and it just kept moving slowly. Industrials also green, moving slowly. Same for real estate, same for base. And energy back to being up 1.5% again. They were up here earlier. They took a hefty fall, only up about 0.90% here. And now they're back up to where they were. So you've seen a combined effort by a lot of sectors to push down and then back up. So nothing's really leading or lagging. We just have a lot of sectors working together right now. Really good push by 396.40s on SPY right now. Potentially seeing buyers take control up to the next area at about 397.20s. I see Tops here just learning with the best. I appreciate that, Mel. Give yourself some credit too, though, man. You're doing great. Does he use any indicators? Who are you talking about, Chris? Me? Or who are you talking about? Apple's moving as well. Great call out. And this was after the retake, guys. They retook with a couple good retakes. They got above it once. Nothing crazy yet. They come back down again. They hold the low of day with a higher low, giving them a higher probability of trying to repush. So good job by Apple and the tech bulls. As I said, Nvidia and AMD were some of the few that I thought were holding up very well. And you can see AMD is doing almost the best at a lot of the tech stocks we're looking at. Tesla, of course, kicking ass.
Looking to see if we can get over 97 now.
Nvidia's
get
looking
back
good.
to the pre-market high.
I just can't watch Meta. I don't know why.
So far, looking pretty good on the dip buy. See if we can take out 97. He's really getting it going over pre-market high. Netflix, but when it was mentioned earlier, it's been nothing but green. See if we can take out this 97 now. That's an increasing volume on that 10-minute with about 20 seconds left. Same thing on SPY, getting increasing volume on this 10-minute. Opening up over that midpoint with a new 10-minute candle. 398 next level.
Q's baking back over the PML. Great call out, J-Bake. Look at that, guys. What did SPY just go smack? What did I say earlier? I said if we hold over this area here at 396.40s, we will go smack 397.20s. What did we just hit and slow down at? 397.20s. Good job if you guys are paying attention to what I am saying. Again, I'm not no genie, I'm not a guru. Just going off of the levels that I normally trade off of. Still no crazy movement by the semi on Nvidia.
So M's that it's yesterday high. See if that's going to keep chugging along.
Netflix still just holding well. I'm just gonna stick on SPY. What's up, Mac? He said 15% for $60. Ooh, very, very nice. Oh, and he literally just caught the move I was just covering. Jesus. Good job, Mac. Let's look at this, guys. So he said 15% for $60. You can see his entry. Let me zoom in. You can see his entry. We're breaking above the today's open after having a low and a higher low. Really good pickup. Above his EMAs as well, and the pre-market low. And they end up pushing into 397.20s, his 397.20s right there, and he ends up taking profit. Now, why did he take profit there and not just continuously hold? Because that's the first target. There's no need to make it to any farther target. He's already done his job. Great work, Mac. Let's get a round of applause for Mac in the YouTube chat. MAC. Good job, man. Very happy to see you taking this trade on your own, too. Regardless of what I said, I'm very happy to see you getting these gains. As well as visualizing it, really seeing it out. Again, and Mac, speak up. How many streams have you been a part of? This is not your first stream. Let people know, how many streams have you been in to get to this point? If he's here. He said, probably been here 60 plus streams. You guys see that? I think today is our 82nd stream. 81st or 82nd. I can't even remember anymore. So it just goes to show, guys, it takes time. What is the one thing I've always pushed on you guys? Being patient. It takes time. Be passive. If you don't feel comfortable, don't take it. Because you're not ready yet. If you're uncomfortable at something, that's just a very easy indication from nature telling you that you're not ready yet. And that's okay. Maybe even more, to be honest, plus the BB course. So really, really good rejection for short-term sellers on SPY, which is really good for the overall market because they probably do need to go down and retest this as support to show, yes, we bulls have control of 396.40s, giving them a good secondary chance of pushing through 397.30s. Really good job, though, Mac. And thank you guys for giving the round of applause for him. I really appreciate that we have that kind of thing going on in here. I love the community that supports itself. That's the only way to keep going. Because like I've said many, many times before, the hardest part is not getting into trading. The hardest part's not even learning how to trade. The hardest part is maintaining that focus, maintaining limiting yourself, maintaining that discipline. That is the hardest part because that's the longest portion of your trading journey is maintaining. You know, once you get to where you want to be, awesome, but it doesn't just stay there forever. You don't just keep that skill just because you had it one day. It doesn't stay there. You have to maintain that skill, maintain that discipline. So keep supporting each other. Trust me, that is how you make it through trading over a longer period of time. It's not by winning. Trust me. It's not from winning.
I like that retest on Tesla so far. Keeps holding SPY, holds this retest.
Yo, good stuff, Mel. You got 15% on Tesla puts. Good stuff, man. I was kind of thinking you took an aggressive entry, but I like the fact you got it at the same time that SPY was rejecting. So I like the timing and the positioning. But that was an aggressive entry, so realize that. But good stuff, though. Very happy to see your gains again on Tesla. Great job. Round of applause for Mel.
Amazon's coming down, not looking too strong. Rejected yesterday. Low.
Yeah, that one looks a little ugly. D-Touch said Microsoft never broke above opening. Good call out. Actually rejected it to the T. Great call out by D-Touch. Over here fumbling y'all's names now. One slice every day I get full. Good stuff, man. Be sure to sit on your hands, too. There's no need to keep jumping into trades left and right. I'm not jumping onto you or anything. I'm just pointing it out. Don't take it personal. But sit passive. There's no need to keep jumping and everything. You've done really well so far. Real estate market is pretty good still, man. Just had all my listings go under contract at once during Thanksgiving break. So it looks like buyers are starting to pick up. Sellers are more negotiable than ever currently. Yeah, I bet. I bet. I actually saw a report on that. I think it was from Redfin or from someone else, but they were saying some buyers are actually returning to the market in certain areas. This isn't nationwide. This isn't even worldwide, but in certain areas, buyers are picking back up again for the real estate market, which is good because the real estate market is currently facing which it's stagnant right now. Buyers and sellers are not wanting to touch shit, and I don't blame them.
Typical, which with over the last year with the FHA loans and other types like that, we're having a really hard time getting houses. Now's the time that they're being able to purchase, so it's starting to pick up with those kind of loans again.
Which is good. That's great news. That's really good news for real estate. Finally getting some movement in the water. When I think of stagnant, guys, when I think of stagflation or stagnant markets or just stagnant, the word in general, think of fire lines. Like when you walk into a building and there's water lines above your head, if the building catches on fire, they turn on. The water that is sitting in those pipes, it doesn't move. It just sits there. So when that water comes out, it smells like crap. That's basically what the real estate market's going through right now. AMD ignoring everything. Yeah, man, I said it early on, and I'm still honestly very impressed with AMD. But this one has been holding very well and just been pushing higher, even with the bit of just low volume on a lot of these other charts or just weak movements. AMD has definitely been a tank today, D-Touch. You are correct on that one. Apple rejecting today's open. NVIDIA, too. I mean, AMD's possibly hoping NVIDIA pick up higher again. The real estate market smell like crap.
It's like energy and the banks are trying to hold up.
Yo, round of applause for Ruth Ann. She just said Tesla shorts another 40% return. Round of applause for Ruth Ann.
Nice. About 10 minutes it plays out to get back over this level Josh just mentioned, the 397.40. Got the magic fingers, Josh. Here you go into town. Oh man, nice little upside on VA, huh?
Don't get me excited, Daffy. Remember what I said about the Boeing TA, Daffy? I'm literally just waiting for this candle to break. And I said this over a week ago, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, I'm not going to count that one, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 days inside of that day. And if you want to count this one, since it did open lower but close into that range, we have 12 days of information inside of that same candle. So I'm really waiting for a move outside of that. Because right now, you could say conviction is on either side. You could say, oh, well, it's building base. This is good for bulls. But at the same time, you could say, oh, it's continuously rejecting. This is good for bears. So this is actually very 50-50 for Boeing. Positioning-wise, though, I would say it's up there with bears. But the fact they've held support for so long at a historical spot is pretty important. Because if the longer they hold this, the more this turns into demand more than it is supply. Which will actually help bulls pick off support. So, pick up off of support. Yeah, so many inside bars, exactly. Oh, magic finger. Oh, you talking about my typing? The machine gun fingers. I got the extendos on my fingers. Ruthann is on the roll with Tesla today. Dude, for real. Ruthann and Mel both doing pretty good on that one today. Great work, guys. I'm also very happy to see you guys supporting each other. It's really just my main goal. I like seeing you guys give each other the round of applause when necessary, of course. I'm not going to sit here and pat you on the back when you're over trading or if you're taking too many aggressive trades. I don't want to positively reinforce aggressiveness. Alright, so it looks like we are slowly getting that healthier retest of 396.40 / the first high of day today. Let's see if we can get all the way down there. We're only about 10, 20, 30 cents away right now. Oh, Mel, I wasn't talking about you. I was just saying in general. Just holding SPY puts. If it works good by stop 397.40, will lose me about 10%, but drop there. Okay, I like the plan. No, it's not aggressive. I mean, it might be a little bit because you've already taken a couple of trades. You're inside of the range still, but I wasn't meaning you when I was saying that. I was just saying in general. I don't want to positively reinforce continuous aggressive trades. You should take just a couple, try to be passive. If you don't see any, just sit on your hands. Do you use indicators VWAP? No, I do not. There are a couple indicators I like. Middle VWAP is pretty nice. I don't like the outer lines of VWAP. Those are very annoying. The 9 EMA, that's probably my favorite. Short-term indicator, any indicator really. The 9 EMA is probably my favorite. It's been my favorite for about 2 years now. But no, I do not use indicators. I mainly go off of volume. I go off of candlesticks. I go off of levels. I have very strong. I'm not being cocky when I say this, but I have very good levels. The levels that I provide are not just proven, but they're continuously accurate, like very accurate. It's sometimes scary. It still amazes me to this day, but that's what I mainly go off of, and I just trust the process. Is there an overall favorite options trading platform that most use? Now, a lot of people use a couple different ones. Tim, there are a few. There are, of course, this one, Thinkorswim by TD Ameritrade. Interactive Brokers is a pretty good one. That's probably the only one I would ever switch to if I ever got off of this platform, is Interactive Brokers. But I would probably leave Robinhood alone entirely. Webull has gotten a little bit better. I'm not gonna lie. Compared to Robinhood, I would say Webull has actually matured and actually created a really good platform. So that one's not bad. I like that one a lot. But I wouldn't say there's just one that a lot of people choose. There's kind of a combination of different ones. Tasty Works, there you go, is another pretty decent one. And they're very old, too. They've been around for a while. So that's another decent one. But I'm really only familiar with a few. I know E-Trade's pretty good, too. I know a couple people on that one that works pretty well. So there are a few that tend to be decent. Good add-on, Clive. I always forget about that one. Oh, you were asking. No, my bad, Mel. I would say it was a little aggressive, the one that you got in for your spy play, but I love that you have a plan. So that kind of takes some of the aggressiveness out because you actually have a plan. You know that if it crosses something, you're cutting. You know that if it pushes below, you know, so-and-so, you're taking it, you know, so that's the big thing. If you had said nothing like that and just said, is this aggressive, I would probably just be sitting here telling you yes, but you actually have a plan, so it's not as bad. Good morning, Tony. Glad to have you, man. How are you doing? I think Tasty was even founded by some really high up ex-TDA guys, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, probably. I'd have to look too. But that sounds right. Fidelity is another one. Sucks for putting in orders if you want to be quick. Ooh, nice, Daffy. I didn't see you were already in a position on that one. Good work. And yeah, Mel, there's no need to overextend yourself. If you've already taken a good amount of trades, don't keep pressing the button. I would wait a little bit. If you feel like you're all over the place, definitely take a chill pill. If not, keep going. I'm not trying to alter your trading or anything. Stoked. No more saying stopped, guys. It's stoked. Stoked out.
Tesla pushing up new high day. Google getting moving, coming back up towards opening price. Microsoft still holding yesterday, pre-market low.
Went in on SPY for the close, the 15-minute reset candle scaling out now. Great job, Ziri. Really good buy. I gotta see that on the 15-minute. I gotta see what she saw. Ooh, hoo, hoo. Beautiful, beautiful job. A candle that would scare most people, not scaring Miggy. My traders don't get scared. Great job, Zuri. Round of applause for Zuri, Miggy, whichever one you want to type out. I call her by both names, but amazing job, Miggy. Seriously. And just like Jonas just finished saying, he said on lowering volume too, which is looking good. Great, great analysis, Jonas and Miggy. And no, did we get a perfect touch of this area? No, but we did get some good lowering volume reset, giving good short-term look for buyers. So if they can get some good rising volume, this is a great follow-through move for buyers. If not, we're going to probably see them base here a little longer. Great work, though, guys. I love the TA. I love the breakdown by everybody here. There she goes, typing out lowering seller volume again. Not amazing follow-through yet, but really good reaction from the lowering seller volume. Good job, guys. Very happy to see y'all working together on that. Very impressive reversal and recovery by Tesla from their drop today. Apple trying to redeem themselves as well. Still fighting today's open. Nvidia still pushing a little higher alongside AMD, which we've talked about. I've talked about that one a few times. They've been pushing very well today. Amazon a little weak in comparison to the rest of everything. Same for Microsoft. Same for Meta. They even went up and rejected that short-term retracement that we were looking at from that first push higher. So they've rejected a pretty good spot. I'm going to go back to SPY, but really good updates on a lot of those charts right now. Oh, nice, Big Boom. That's pretty crazy, actually, to read out. He says, Tom Sosnoff, probably saying that wrong, but who cares, was the co-founder of Thinkorswim. He sold it to TD Ameritrade for approximately $606 million and made $84 million. He now owns Tastyworks, of course. How nice. He's back on his grind. Double top, maybe short break of neckline, possibly. It's not that strong of a double top yet if you're talking about SPY. Raul, please correct me if I'm not looking at the right chart. But if they do not push over 397.26 or 397.30s, you could even say, we are going to get a continuous rejection and possibly a very long, boring range trade between this, a little under $1 range between 396.40s and 397.30s, about a 90-cent range. Okay, Mel, and like I said, I wasn't trying to alter your trading. I'm just making sure. But good stuff. I like to hear that you like to trade quickly and you like tight stops. I like that you actually look for that too. A lot of people overlook having a tight stop. And at first, yeah, it's like, oh crap, I lost. But you're not ever losing too much, and you know what plays you're looking for because you understand the risk reward in front of you. So great job, Mel. I wasn't trying to alter anything. I love the feedback you're giving though. Good stuff. Glad to hear you're more of a calculated kind of guy. On the 2-minute, Raul. All right, bet I'll go to that then. Okay, I see why you're saying double top then. Yeah, it's not as apparent to see on the 5-minute. It's just more of a continuous rejection, but good eye, though. Bit of a lower high as well. 1, 2. Good watch. And we're back down to that 396.40 to the cent. Good job, everybody. We looked out for that move to go up to the upside and at least smack that level. We were looking for the more healthier move down to 396.40s. Now can we see, are they going to try and hold support here, or are they going to want to go back down to open and kind of range trade in that blue area again? So far, though, really good mention by everybody here working together. If you've been looking at SPY with us. Good mention, Jonas, with dollar and SPY. Good job, Mel. He's getting another good gain on his SPY play that he had earlier, or got in just a few moments ago. Christian, it's already came out that Charles Schwab is not going to mess with anything aesthetically, so everything you see right here, right now, is most likely not going to get changed even with Charles Schwab in control. The main thing they were going to be messing with was kind of the behind-the-scenes stuff, which they've already done a ton of. They've already been doing some of the updates with TD as their platform. So they've already stated that they're going to try their best not to mess with anything like aesthetically, like all the looking, like everything you see on here. They're going to try their best not to mess with it. So that is one positive with Charles Schwab, which is great. I don't know what exactly they're fixing behind the scenes, but that's just what they said. I'd have to read more into it. Do you have any tips on trading with one phone at work on TD? Can I look at my chart and enter at the same time? Thanks. It's a little trickier on your phone. I'm not going to sit here and say it's easy. It's definitely a lot more difficult because you're doing a lot more with less. But overall, yes, you can trade on your phone. You can go to your chart. You can even leave in a trade open. You can leave it like on your orders tab, and then you can go to it when you're done looking at your chart. You can kind of switch between the buttons. So get good, one, at doing that. But two, I don't really have a whole lot of tips for doing it while at work. You know, it's really easy to kind of joke and sit here and be like, yeah, just take a lot of bathroom breaks, but that's a really good way of getting fired or in trouble. So definitely take your time. I'd say right now, while you're busy at work, is a great time to really focus on visualizing and stacking an account. So I would save your money, for one. Two, I would focus on visualizing, really looking at charts, breaking down like we do every day in here. We talk about what are good levels, what are conditions we can look at. Like we did today, we said above 396.40s, look towards 397.20s. You know, so if you see that push, get in. If you don't like it, it ends up, you know, being weak, get out. You know, so it's about having a plan in place, and you can only do this by visualizing, by actually looking at these levels over and over and over and figuring out, okay, above this, I'll look towards this. Below this, I'll look towards this. So it's very hard to say, yeah, it's easy, man, do it at work. But it's difficult. So take your time. I'd say right now is more of a grow period for anybody who is kind of busy at work and can't trade as much as they would like to. Of course, you would love to trade more. But if you're not in that scenario where you can trade more, you need to be real with yourself. You need to realize, okay, I need to be visualizing. I need to be focusing on what are good trade opportunities I can take and start to focus on them. Don't sit there and actually take your trades. Focus on which ones you could take. And then over time, as you are busy, it'll be less difficult. But being busy is never a fun distraction for anybody when they're trading. I also don't want to lie to you and be like, yeah, man, it's super easy, because it's not. It takes a lot of time. Out Tesla 20%, AMD 10%, all out SPY 25%, and I'm done trading for now. Round of applause for Mel, everybody. Great job, man. In the money, 1,500 first live trading. Wow. Really good job, Mel. If that's true, man, I'm very happy for you.
Each job's different, and some people do have computers at work. I've had a couple people that I've worked with that literally just asked their supervising employer if they could put TD Ameritrade on their work computers, and they've always been told yes. So sometimes you just gotta ask if you can get it on your work computer.
It's funny that we're having this conversation because that's what led to me getting fired. Schwab, tighter financial compliance policies. They are old school. There you go. See, Sand Dollar knows. But yeah, they're not going to mess with all the aesthetics. Charles Schwab at least understands, well, we know everybody likes the look of TD. We're not going to mess with that. So hopefully they keep it that way.
30-minute candle is almost done. It's looking like a big indecision on SPY. See how it finishes up.
What's up, men? He says, I have no trade today. I trade SPY. I think today, no volume and not clean move. Also, trading range from yesterday by looking at daily. Can you tell me? No, you are right, man. You're on the same page as me, dog. I'll show you exactly what my thoughts are. So you might not have been here earlier, but I was saying with zoom out when in doubt, go to your bigger time frame. But my big thinking too was we have more bearish indication up here than anything. With the bearish kicker stepping in right here, it leads me to believe we're going to have a small green day as a reset candle. You might even have a second, maybe even a third. But as long as they maintain 403.50 as resistance, the 403s, this is bearish down to the supports. But you also have to realize we're still on support, so we still have a big 50-50 here. But no, I'd say we either get a red day tomorrow to break this new low. So that basically what I'm saying is the thing to look out for is to see if this is a reset candle, which should have low volume, a small green day, nothing too crazy. And then we can look out for new lows under the 395s for day trades. But no, you are correct. I do believe today should be low volume. We just had a bearish kicker yesterday. This is a very big indication that we have more downside in store. But at the same time, it's just an initial indication saying, yeah, there's bears here, but there's no follow through yet. Taylor.
Sometimes you just gotta let you keep going, you know what I'm saying? Amazon coming down lower, Tesla rejecting. Coming up on that 30-minute candle.
Back to SPY 5-minute. Broke that 396.40, no hold of it. Now we're getting continuous rejection of it. If we do get the continuous rejection, like I said earlier, we are going to get a more of a quotation, boring range here between low of day, which is also previous low of day, into the 396.40. So we have very, very large range here that we could possibly trade inside of with this lowering volume day. Because again, guys, we've only used, and this number is basically just how much volume we've used in comparison to the average amount, this being the average amount, 86, almost 87 million. Today we've only used about less than 14 million, which is less than 20% of the volume. So we've really not used much volume in the first hour and a half, which is a big concern for volume for the rest of the day, because the biggest times of days, guys, when you get a lot of your volume is the first 2 hours, hour and a half, 2 hours. And then also the last hour of the day. So that means during lunchtime, we're probably not going to see a lot of movement. And even if you do have a lot of movement, there's most likely not going to be a lot of volume to back the movement. So be very careful. I'm not ending stream or anything. I was just pointing that out. That kind of sounded like I was leaving. Don't let the FOMO kick in, Mel. You did good today. There's no need to continue. I mean, you could still look at the charts. I'm not going to say you can't. But there's no need to look back. If you just had your first live trading day and you made 1,500, there is no need to be FOMO. You just had a crazy day today. You got to think of it as a huge step in the right direction. And you just said that's like 60% on your account. That's crazy. That's just crazy. That's wild gains today, man. I would definitely relax. You had a great day today. That is a huge step in the right direction. A lot of our biggest losses always come after some of our biggest win streaks. So that's why you see me saying it like this. So just relax. You did really good today. You had a very impressive outing today. And thank you guys for the support. I'm just now reading all those messages. 8 years banking ops, Chase Global for Fort Jesus. You've had a history, Sand Dollar. You have to speak more on the fired. Oh, dude, it's a whole story. I'll talk about it at the end of the stream if you guys are still here. If not, we could just talk about it another day. It's a very long story, though. I'd have to sum it up or something. A little sad, too, because I actually enjoyed what I used to do. No trades for me today. Stayed cash, waiting for Pal and all the economic news tomorrow. Great idea, Raul, and I like that a lot. So I agree. Team killing. Exactly, Daffy. Everybody seems to be doing well. It doesn't matter if they're a newcomer. It doesn't matter if there's someone who's been here for 60-plus streams, 80-plus streams. Looks like a lot of people in here are getting better at working together as well as visualizing the charts.
Buy coming back down towards that opening price.
A little over 5 years, Christian. Options, though, I've only been in options for about 3. Options is like a whole nother animal compared to just looking at stocks and dividends. My big thing that got me into trading was dividends and compound interest. I think it's crazy that somebody can get a snowball effect just by buying stocks, which is insane, because at first you're like, oh, I'm not really stacking a whole lot, but over a 10, 15 year, 20 year span, you're essentially getting really close to making $1 million or having $1 million in your account invested in the market. But again, it takes time, so it's a lot of money, but it's also a lot of time. Nvidia getting below the higher low. Great call out, Sherman. What about you, Christian? How many years have you been in the market? And again, it doesn't really matter how much time you guys have. I've always said this, even saying 5 years, 10 years, that's really still not that big amount of time when you're talking about the stock market. I would still say you have a lot of ways to go, a lot of leg in your journey to go if you still only have less than 10 years in the market, including me. It's not something that you should look at lightly. Just because you have this many years in the market, that doesn't make you any better than someone who just started in the market. Again, anybody can lose their stepping at any time. Huge sell-off, by the way, while I'm talking. But at the same time, it's not smart people who make money in the market. It's not smart people who continuously maintain. It's disciplined people. So, and I always say this, it doesn't take a genius. It takes someone who has discipline. So take your time. Only 4 months into the market, I quit my banking job and started options day trading. Like anyone so far, negative, but I focus on the process. Today is my first trade that I worked, but no trade. I believe I'll improve. You will improve. Give yourself time, though. That's still very young. It's still very early on in the market. Like I just said, a few years is still technically early on in the market. You still have not a whole lot of experience under your belt, even after a few years. So take your time, man. No, I definitely would never have predicted that. I did say we'd get a pretty boring range trade between yesterday's low and 396.40s, but I would never have guessed us going down and testing the bottom of that said range within the next 5 minutes. That is a pretty crazy drop. Now let's see if 395s can hold. In my opinion, we'll probably hold this range most of the day or close inside of this range. But 395 is very, very essential. It's very key. If it ends up breaking, that also adds on to the daily chart showing more bearish indication. Yeah, don't chase it. Don't chase. 15% scalp thanks to Taylor. Good job on AMD, Taylor. Shout out to her. Leland just got 125%. Dear Lord. Round of applause for those two. Market was just waiting until I closed my put. Should have mentioned. Oh, Noxta, you should have given us the signal that you sold, man. Tesla, second win for 55% gains on weekly puts. Shout out to Sand Dollar. Congrats to Taylor. Congrats to Leland. Congrats to Sand Dollar. I mainly use the 5-minute min. If I'm scalping, I'll try to use the 1 or the 3-minute, but the 5 minutes kind of my home. God bless the 0 DTE. Round of applause to all the winners in here today. Great work. Saw lowering volume on reset candle with long upper wick after the first dropped at 396.40. Got in at reject at 396.40. Got out of my target at 30. Good job, Jonas. Round of applause to Jonas. So many winners on that drop. And this is not luck. A lot of people always misinterpret what a good win is. Yeah, I mean, there's a little luck in it. But overall, what is luck? Luck is basically being prepared at the right time. There is no such thing as luck, like it was given to you. Nothing has been given to you. If you guys got a big gain on that drop, it's because you were prepared at the right time. You were in a position. What was something that could have prepared you? You know, this was one short-term indication that we rejected. We had another that we flagged back down under 396.40s and validating them trying to hold this as support, and we got a rejection of it. So it's really not that crazy to think that some of you got into puts. I can see exactly why you might have liked it before this drop. Now, could you have known this was going to happen all in one 5-minute candle? Hell no, and don't even pretend that you did. But there was early indication that bears were trying to step in. Now, not to that extent, but great work if you guys did get into that. Great work. No, you're totally fine, men. Don't ever apologize for asking questions. 3-minute 9 EMA is my ticket. Great job, Sandal. That's a very key method because, one, you're on the 3 minutes, so very good short-term price action. And the 9 EMA, one of the best indicators around for short-term indications. Great work. Very happy to hear your thought process. Good stuff. But the difference, man, between scalping and, let's say, day trading, scalping is very quick. I would say being hesitant is your biggest enemy. Also, should be your biggest fear. So let's say you're in a trade way up here, right? You're setting up, you like that as your stop loss, like what Mel took. Mel basically took this trade. He left his stop loss at like 397.40s, I believe he said, and he was getting into puts. So he's setting up a trade plan. This is really good for day traders because this gives them something to look out for, regardless of this moving and it taking 3 hours. It doesn't matter. A scalper is going to look to get in a precise entry. They're not going to be looking to catch bounce plays. They're going to be looking to get open range breakouts or quick moves. So someone that's scalping would essentially be grabbing this candle even, or even waiting till this breaks. You know, they're going to be in more of a snipe type trade. They're not going to be looking to get into something they know that they're going to have to probably hold through a couple retest moves. They're getting in, they're getting out. They're not hesitating. So there's a huge difference between the different styles of trading. So it's all about finding your style, and this is why I say visualize as much as you can. Get really good at drawing these levels. Get really good at navigating.
Not to cut you off, Josh, but SPY's moving low
I know.
on volume.
I'm literally streaming it.
Yeah. All right.
I already forgot what I was saying now. What's the normal price to watch daily live streams? Always SPY. No, go ahead, Devin.
Microsoft and Apple leading the way. Google coming down pretty fast. Tesla got down. Meta's finally breaking down. See if it breaks pre-market low. We're getting some good volume coming across a lot of these stocks. XOM's getting a little volume. Sellers. Berkby rejected. You have 394 holds or not?
Just found the stream. Do you do this daily? Thanks. Yes, we do this daily. This is just the only week I'm doing it publicly. Normally I do this privately to just a few Discords on my private YouTube streams, but this is where we do it every day, Monday through Friday. There are a couple days I'll miss. I think out of the last 3 months from August to now, I've only missed 3 or 4 streams. For good reasons, too. I think each day I've taken off, we've literally done nothing on the market, so I try to only take off days that I think are literally going to do nothing with reason. So mostly CPI. What's the normal price to watch the daily live streams? Always SPY. Thank you for the content, man. I mainly watch SPY, but I look at a majority of things. I look at sectors. Like today, I didn't go to them too much, but I talk about each morning what I'm looking for. If XLK breaks this support, you should see another leg down. That's what we just got. You know, same with healthcare breaking their low of day. So I'll go over the sectors and what they are, what they represent. The first 5 here, XOK to XLF, this represents about 70 to 75% of SPY of the overall market. So seeing these kind of work together gives me a little bit better confluence when I watch SPY. And then 2, watching your individuals with their sector as well. So if I'm going to watch Tesla, I'm not going to watch it by itself. I'm going to watch it with XOY. And I'm going to watch it with Amazon to see how well it's doing with its levels at the same time. Same for Apple and Microsoft. If I'm looking at Apple or Microsoft, I'm going to look at the either or vice versa, as well as with XOK, just to give me that extra confluence on what I'm looking at. Leland closing his runner at 220%. All right, dude, just flex on all of us. Good stuff, Leland, though. 220%, guys. I can barely fathom the size of that percentage. That is crazy big. Good call-outs, Devin.
Yep. Now we're going to see what kind of buyer reaction we got. See if we're going to test this yesterday low, 95.12, or if we're just going to keep coming down to 94. Microsoft looks terrible. So does Apple, Google.
Sunny Diesel, great name. Done for the day. Good to hear. I'm out for now. Literally sold my Amazon and PG put swings for a few minutes before this drop. Don't beat yourself up too much, Noxta.
Predict this. No, but if you took profits and you were green, it was part of your trade plan.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, you never know when you're going to get the big old sell-off.
Crazy move under 395 so far. Almost an entire dollar move.
Yeah, looking it down now. Volume's coming back in with the sellers. Tesla's almost down back to that previous low. Google moving lower. Microsoft moving lower. Meta needs to break 108.38. All right, coming down towards 94.
There we go. 394, everybody. After breaking 395.
Best dollar move. Now we got a level at 393.60. We can break under 394. A little short-term level there. Or we build base and go back into range.
Good look, Jonas. You are correct on that. We had a pretty clean 80%, and I even went over this, too. I'm not going to sit here and be like, I told you so, but we did have a really good retest of the previous day low. Multiple times did I go back to this chart, and I never really called out, yo, Amazon's retaking. They just kind of had a slight fight here and then gave up. So really good early indication by Amazon. Microsoft also didn't really give you a strong indication like it was on Amazon. They did reject the good level, but they had to worry about this low as well. So that one's a little uglier compared to Amazon. Same for Apple. Same for Tesla. But really good find, Jonas. I would say Amazon was the cleanest one for the retest move that went down more. Good eye on that.
Amazon's breaking a pretty good level right now.
See you later, J-Bake. Have a great rest of your day. Round of applause for Miggy again. 20% again.
The hole's under 92. We could see 90 on Amazon.
Jesus, D-Touch. Trimmed on here as new low of day was made. 17.5. Dude, insane job, D-Touch. Alright, sorry guys, I'm catching up to y'all's messages now. Do not chase. Do not chase if you missed this drop. I also advise that. Good add-on D-Touch. I like what Lee then said. He said, yeah, exactly what Bueller and Devin are saying. Emphasis on runner on that 220%. My first sell was 20% for most of my position. Great job, Leland. Exiting a lot of that risk. I don't know where you're...
That new low, 394.
I don't know where you're clicking, T-Shark. You're not giving me any information. You just keep saying it's not working. Where are you clicking from? Wish I held and not looking at my damn PL. This would have been over 200%. It's easy to say that now. I think you took the more passive, mature approach, Mel. It's very easy to sit here and be like, damn, I sold too early. No, you sold on time. You just missed a big move that happened afterwards. You sold on time. You sold according to your plan. So if anything, you caught the entire move that you planned out. Yes, you missed out on a huge drop just now, but so what? You know, we can't control what we can't control, right? Only focus on what you were in direct control of. Only focus on that. If you do that, you're going to catch yourself thinking too deep. You're going to catch too many emotions. It's not really going to help you. You had a great day today, as I stated before, so there is no need to sit here and talk about what could have been. You already had a great day. There's no need to sit here and think about the entirety of the move. You're never going to get that in everyone's head. You're never going to catch the entire move. I'm sorry to tell you that. If I'm the first to tell you that, I'm sorry. You're never going to catch the entire move. You took what you planned, you moved on, and yeah, you missed more of a drop, but so what? Great work. Don't focus on what you can't control. You did great. Twitter? Alright, well, DM me and I'll get to it. I'll fix it. Everyone is genius after the fact. Exactly. Getting the meat of the trade counts. You don't have to get the whole pie. Profits is a win. Stay consistent, stay disciplined, and you keep winning. Preach. You guys know exactly what I'm talking about. Great work. Always open to getting y'all's advice in here.
Definitely selling the momentum as we're breaking the 394.
All right, so under this we have 394, we have 392.65 here, but we also have the 393.50. If I remember correctly, it's from the bigger time frame. Yeah, 393.50 area. I remember that one pretty well. So we'll watch 393.50, which they're pretty much touching that, and then 392.60 for levels below. The link on Twitter works, by the way. If it doesn't work for you, you're probably banned. But I'll change it out in case it's not working for you.
Increasing volume in this 10-minute candle after that huge volume candle. Coming down.
All right, link is updated. T-Shark. Good advice, though, Sandollar. Thank you for adding that on. Lesson learned: holding to get the whole move, and in turn take huge loss. Exactly. It could also work the other way, like Miggy said. Do you use stop losses? Of course we do. If you're not using stop losses, you're not trading, you're gambling. If so, what percent or level? It depends on the scenario. I don't do percentages. I focus on levels. So, like right here in this case. And I keep going back to Mel's trade. Mel had a really... This is why I'm not beating up Mel. Mel had an amazing day today. But he had amazing maturity in his trade plans as well, if you guys were paying attention. But let's say right here you started turning bearish, Pike. Where would you set your stop loss? He set his at 397.40, which is great. It's shortly above this level, which is very important from the bigger time frame. So that's what we're going to go off of. I'm not going to sit here and go, cut it at 10%. If that's how you want to trade, awesome, but that's not how I trade. Again, though, if you do use percentages, don't beat yourself up. That's also a great method. What caused this move? Probably some news coming out. I haven't looked. But at the same time, if you just want to speak in technical terms, you had the dollar rally. And you had a lot of top weights like Amazon, Tesla, Apple, Microsoft. All of these started breaking lower. So as a conglomerate, they all started pushing prices lower. Together, this helped bring SPY back down. So regardless of there being news or not, the technicalities definitely show that we were going to move lower. You can see XLK broke support. XLV finally broke support. XLY broke support. And you guys saw this even on some of the individual charts. You saw Amazon rejecting still. And the only ones that were really still pushing higher were AMD and NVIDIA. Those really didn't get that far. So just really good rejections, I would say. Even if there was news, so what? There's still a lot of technical indications showing that we were going to move lower finally. Now, at that pace, no, you're never going to be able to say, yeah, we're going to sell off really quick in the next 5 minutes. No, you're never going to be able to do that. But it came to y'all. Like I said, there's no such thing as luck. There's only a such thing as being prepared at the right time. So if you did catch that big move, take your profits and move on. Don't sit there and keep jumping into trades. God, I should never have gone to watch the Netherlands game. That dollar trade would have been so good. Just keeps dropping. Honestly, still have plenty of room to keep it going. Preparation for tomorrow. My next support and demand zone are last week's low, 396.60s. What do you think? And I'll show my bigger time frame again. Oops, I'm on the wrong chart. But my main levels below, I know I said 393.50s just now. So that's the main one. We have a really big area of support here, which we had trouble with for 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days in a row, sitting at the same support. So this is a very strong area. This might as well be close to our low of day, for all you know. But we did have a very strong bearish kicker start us off yesterday, and I've been repeatedly saying that in today's stream. So we're going to be looking for either a reset candle or breaking yesterday's low, which we just did, and sold off down to the next support. Now it's to see, can we hold this support, which it's really kind of between here and here. So if we can break this area, we will be moving down to 390. So this is kind of the next area to keep on watch. Like you said, an area of demand. This is an area of demand right here, short-term demand. So I agree with you, whoever just said that. Min, I think, said that. Good stuff, Leland. Round of applause for anybody who took gains on that. Yeah, T-Shark, I don't know what it is, man. I'll have to DM me on Twitter. I don't know what the issue is then. I was just saying that's what that normally means. If the link doesn't work, that you're probably banned. But if you're not banned and this is your first time even seeing I exist, then it's probably just an issue on your end. Because the link works. I just clicked on it again myself and it opens. That's a good way of putting it, Tobias. Thank you for correcting me. By the way, Evening Star followed by potential 3 Black Crows on daily. I think you have to have monetization on your channel to get tips. Which, I really don't care for the tips or the monetization. I just love trading and talking to you guys. I could care less if I get paid by YouTube. I couldn't care less, so I should say it. Too many people put emphasis on getting tips and getting paid extra anyway. I'm not hurting, so I'm not really sitting here wanting tips. I'm just glad to have you guys' company. No, you're good, T-Shark. There's just an issue. It's okay. I'm not getting annoyed. At first, I thought you were messing with me, though, but totally fine. Yo, Mac, I see you, man, on Twitter posting your gains. Good stuff, man. I'll retweet that.
Retweet favorite.
I've never used Twitter to any extent until Zach Morris shouted me out. So now I'm forced to use Twitter. Like, it's actually active, so it's like shit. I can't find y'all's names. Just tweet at me or something so I can follow you back and DM you. I don't know why y'all are having this issue, though. I have not. I could click on the link perfectly. That's just weird, though. We'll get it fixed, though. No worries. I'll share the tip I gave my paperboy. Look both ways before you cross the street. It's very good advice. I see the move is continuation from yesterday. Drop off at key level 397.50-ish and PM. Top Tesla spike. No, you're not wrong, Mel. I agree with that entirely. You've been pretty good at visual. Again, I said this many times. A lot of you guys have really good intuition. A lot of you guys have really good, at really good skill at visualizing what's possible. It's just about trusting what you see. A lot of people always are really good at like, oh, I called that move, I just didn't take anything. I'm sure a lot of you have done this a ton of times. That's a really good attribute for a really good trader. Over time, you'll start to build off of that skill, but right at the instance of it, you're not going to have anything crazy. So just build off of that. Like Mel just did. He's able to visual, and a lot of you guys are doing a really good job asking questions, throwing it out there, saying, hey, this is what I see happening. Am I wrong? Let me know. That's exactly what I want you to do. I want you to question what is possible for each chart, both for bulls and for bears. A lot of you guys are correct a lot of the time too. Now it's about growing off of that, building off of that over time. They just shouted me out on Spaces right now. Dude, I was wondering why my Twitter was blowing up right now. I was so confused. I was like, I didn't touch it, I swear. But yeah, no, shout out to Zach. Shout out to everybody on Spaces, giving me love on Twitter, Instagram, YouTube, Discord. I get a lot of love on a bunch of different platforms lately. So I really am super appreciative of everybody. So I'm trying my best to stay active on there. It's weird. I didn't like Twitter, but now I have to like it. Oh yeah, Steve Burns gave me a shout out on Instagram. That guy's really cool. That's like the quote guy. Everybody takes his quotes and everything and like posts them as their own and stuff. It's crazy that guy even realized I exist. That was pretty cool. Definitely made my month. That was wild. I'm not here to gloat though. Let's get back to the charts. Still bouncing off the 393.50s area we kind of mentioned. I highlighted from the daily time frame just now, just to reiterate. Again, we highlighted from this low that we've been stuck fighting in this past few weeks. But basically, this is the next area to watch for a break before reaching 390 and possibly 388. So this will need to break before getting there. But overall, we are at a very, very strong area of short-term demand. So expect some fight here. It's very hard to just sit here and say, yeah, this is going to keep selling off today. Because we've already dropped a pretty good amount. We're only 0.5% down, but the amount of price action that happened before then is a lot. So that's one thing to keep on watch. But overall, we're still rejecting really good short-term levels, so probably will see 392.60 today. I don't doubt it. But that also lines up with what I just stated. I said 392.60s. If you go to the bottom of that area, that's 392.60s. So my bigger and smaller time frame analysis are adding up, which is good. That's what I want to see. So most likely seeing low of day happen here if we don't get another break under it. But overall, we just made a really good move to the downside. 2 legs. So that's very nice to see. So hopefully y'all see what I see when I'm covering that. And yeah, Clive, you are correct. Option Sandy, and like I've said many times before, that is one of the few traders I like to support, promote, advertise for, because trading with Sandy is a very, very good leader in the markets. I would say, especially her TOS breakdowns. It's so hard to find good videos that cover spreads or thinkorswim or you know, more in-depth, you know, settings and different stuff like that. Her channel literally has all of that. So definitely go over there and drop her a sub. Check out some of her videos. I've been catching up with some of her videos just to make sure I know what I'm talking about on some of the content. So I'm even playing catch up on her videos. And also, and this is a weird story, but we have an auto trading section, and I didn't know where it came from. My friend Leland and J-Bake, mainly Leland, set up a lot of this stuff. But I didn't know who they were getting their information from. Like, it just seemed really reliable because of what they were talking about. And what's it called? At first, I think Leland did show me who he was getting the videos from, but I just didn't pay attention because he was making the new section and just kind of going, which auto trading is a really cool method, by the way, when you get down to it. It takes time to get used to, but it's really useful. But overall, though, I didn't realize she was the one that they were getting their videos and information from. And then over time, when I was giving my streams out to people, she was one of the people that asked for them. And I didn't even realize who she was. And then I was like, holy crap, like, I'm basically talking to a like a trading celebrity almost. So definitely give Sandy some support if you've seen her. Her YouTube's amazing. She's an amazing person. I like her group a lot. But yeah, I had no clue. I had already known who she was before the streams. So that was a really cool story. And I knew the videos were good because it was Leland. Leland always gives out really, really good info. And that's who he got it from, so I was really surprised. Oh, she's here. Yeah, Leland and JBank speak very highly of you, and those are two of some of my most trusted traders. I don't consider them under me, but they came into my group, and they've been kicking ass ever since then. They're leaders of their own now, but Sandy is on it, so definitely give her some love and support. Like I said, I don't care what groups anybody's in. I don't care where you're from. It's really just about who you are and what you're about. You listen to me every morning. I am blessed then. I am honored. I'm blushing right now. Awesome. It's really cool that we can reel in a bunch of just group of really awesome traders and just people, really. I don't really care about meeting up with famous people or anything. It's just really nice to see a lot of us working together on this stuff. Sand Dollar Index Fund. Trader name. So yeah, awesome to have Sandra, the celebrity, here with us. At least I consider her one. Alright, but back on task now, guys. Like I said, 392.60s is kind of lining up on our smaller and our bigger time frame analysis, so that will most likely be low of day if we do keep kind of range trading here. But overall, what buyers are going to be looking for are slow reset moves or base builds, and that takes a lot of time. You're not just going to get one giant move up, and if you do, it's hard to catch. But the more passive thing to look for is one really good push, whether it's up to where we fell from or a good slowdown that happened before, like right here in this case. So you want to see one good push, then you want to see another reversal back down to this low, and you want to see it either hold this as a double bottom or a higher low. So you want to see some form of low to higher low or double bottom base, and this will give you really good base build for potential moves higher. Then you can start to look for those rising volume breakouts. So really excited to see if that happens. But a lot of people find this boring because this type of price action takes anywhere between 30 minutes to 2 hours, sometimes even longer than that. I've seen it happen over the course of 3 days. So it takes time sometimes. So just get used to that. And it's kind of just conditional formatting. You know, it's like, oh, if this breaks, we're going here. If this breaks, we're doing this. At the same time, so is this. You know, it's, okay, well, now that we've made our leg down and we've made a really good seller move, I probably shouldn't look for another one until a new low is made under 392.60s, 393.30s. But at the same time, if we slow down here and seeing this heavy amount of sellers, we probably will have to watch for a base build. So that's just kind of the next step in kind of your thought process is like, all right, this is what we're looking at. Noxstar, are you still in stream? I'd love to go over your trade you just tagged me in. Actually, there's a couple we can go off of. So we got one by D-Touch. Great time for some trade reviews after a big drop, too. Let's see here. So we got from 95 to 16. That's 25 bucks. 2,500 divided by 95. What is that math? 2,500 divided by 95. Come on. 2,500 divided by 95. So we got a little over 26%. That's actually really, really good. Great job, D-Touch, on the percentage gain. A huge gain. Like I've said before, guys, don't let anyone ever tell you that 5, 10, 20% is small. They are on crack. 26% is a huge amount of move. 5 to 10% is very passive and a great thing to aim for. But let's look at this. So he says Using fibs, I grabbed yesterday's candles as my low and high. Okay, I see what you're saying. Markets had a big reaction to the Fed's comment yesterday. I waited for a chance to grab puts at the rejection of the golden pocket with the target of opening price. Plan your trade and trade your plan. And as you can clearly see, he did. So he ended up getting in and getting back out against the fibs. Really good job, too. I like that you kind of went off of the fact that what happened yesterday, too. It's very smart to kind of remember, okay, why did we move so rapidly yesterday? And these bigger candles here, this was all around when that news came out. So really good job kind of pointing that out and also indicating what you were aiming for. It's very easy to forget what we're looking at or what we're doing. All right, so I don't know if Nox is still in this stream or not, but I am going to go over his trade. So I can always just tell him to go back and look. But he said, mind judging my trades? They were both put swings. Oh, these are swings. Hold up. We'll go over that in a bit then. I don't want to flood y'all with swing trading analysis yet. But I will look at my own, because I want to see what he did. So yes, we got a clear drop, so he did good on it. But let's see why he liked it. Okay, I can already instantly see why. Without even grabbing levels, I can see that he saw gapped up small body candles, which is one indication. I don't know why I grabbed the text note, but this is one indication, seeing gapped up small body candles, a gapped up small body candle, a gapped up small body candle, a gap down small body candle. This indicates, without even using RSI, that this is overbought, that it's tired, it's attrition, it's very tired, it's exhausted. It just ran around the track for 3 miles straight. It's a little tired now. So this was a very good early entry, in my opinion, by Noxta, but beautiful reasoning. So that one I like a lot. Great job on that one, Noxta. And then you said, what was the other one? Amazon, which that one you already know I liked because of what Leland posted the other day. He was saying he liked the shooting star. Probably shouldn't say shooter, but shooting star against good resistance. Now, it was a little risky because it's already down in the dirt. So positioning wise, you don't have the advantage for risk reward. But overall, it was a very good short-term signal. So you and Leland did good on that one. But no, I would say both of those were actually super good. I loved looking at your PG. That one's actually amazing. I don't think he's online. Either way, though, I'll tell him to go back. We're like almost 3 hours into the stream. That was clean, though. I like that. It feels good, too, when you kind of point out what's possible for a chart, and then it works out. It's like, oh, my God. It's like a huge weight off your shoulders. Like, oh, I knew it. I knew that was going to happen. It's always a good feeling.
Boom got a good question for you, Josh.
Yeah, one second. I'm still catching up. I'm way behind. Difference between mature discords, get rich, spoon-fed discords. Josh every day putting in all the time and heart. Thank you, Daffy. I appreciate you. What are 2 things you feel helped you the most and were game changers in trading? Let me think about that one for a second. This channel is amazing. I did 150% on my account today. Wow, Mohammed. Round of applause for Mohammed. Beautiful trading job today. It might be Minoko. How do you pronounce your name? Sorry if I said that wrong. You might have to go back a couple seconds to change the view, or click the cog wheel at the bottom right and change the quality. But it shouldn't be fuzzy. If it is, try to reset or rejoin. Let me know if anybody else is having that problem. I haven't seen anybody else say that. But round of applause, Mohammed. Great work. Still no trade today. Market attempt to lure me in. Buying at the demand zone. But still not liking the price action today properly. I will be back tomorrow. Maybe a swing trade call, but I'm not a swing trader. All right. Well, yeah. Be patient, Min. No need to force anything. But try to plan out some stuff. Like you saw me with Spy, talking about what's possible. Give yourself a game plan beforehand. And then in the morning tomorrow, try to find another game plan and see if it adjusts at all. on your thoughts. With the levels, of course. But welcome everybody who's in here. I just realized we got a huge spike in viewers. Glad to have each and every one of you. Be sure to drop a like on the stream. I already appreciate though how many likes we already have. I only asked for 40 and we're damn near 80, so appreciate that a lot. I'm still thinking on your question, Big Boom. I would say one of the things that helped me the most in trading, and regardless of being profitable or not, it's just nice to have a routine. I would say having a routine is one. So being able to do the same thing over and over and over and over and over, and then building off of that, building off the consistent routine, I would say that's one thing. And this is in any logical situation, you know, any kind of career, any job in life. You know, you're not just going to get better randomly. You're only going to get better over time. But you're only going to get better over time if you have a consistent, you know, routine or plan or just set schedule that you're going through, right? So I would say having a set schedule or set routine is what I would say is what helped me the most and helped a lot of people around me the most. Is anytime anyone comes to me for help, I make them learn the levels. I make them learn how to navigate the levels. I make them sit there and visualize what is a good entry, what is not, what is a good open range, what is a good retest break, what are these things, be able to visualize them. So I would say one is having a consistent routine. I'm never really doing anything different, especially across these last 80 plus streams. I haven't done anything different. We add levels of price history from the far left of the chart. We add the short-term price levels. Here, I'll show you. We got to the far left of the chart. I add all my levels. They're all here. And this is not for the daily time frame. This is for trading on the smaller time frame. Then I go to the smaller time frame. I add a couple of those, you know, little short-term levels we add, the PMH, the previous day close, the previous day low, previous day open, previous day high, all that good stuff. And it gives me a good kind of routine each day, each night, each morning to kind of have these levels ready. But yeah, so I'd say routine is definitely one thing that can definitely help you grow. And then two, being humble. You know, it's very easy to go on a win streak and think you're ahead of everyone, to get overconfident. So I would say emotional awareness or just self-awareness is the second amazing thing to kind of keep in check. Is how confident are you, you know, in each of these trades? How confident are you when you're on a win streak? How messed up are you when you're on a losing streak? You know, this will really kind of tell yourself a lot about yourself, really. But that's a really good way of kind of getting yourself prepared for taking future trades. Because again, like I said earlier, a lot of your biggest losses always happen after a lot of your best win streaks or after some of your biggest wins. And it's because you get ahead of yourself. A lot of the time you jump ahead and you're like, oh, I know this is going to happen. I'm killing it lately. I can't be wrong. You know, and these kind of thoughts hit you, and then you start to take these big losses, and then you're all shooken up and you don't think you know what you're doing at all. And you're back to not just square one, you're even farther back than square one. You have no idea what's going on. So I would say those are probably the two things that help me out, is self-awareness and a routine. Nothing crazy.
To add on to what Josh was kind of going over, I think the biggest thing that is just market awareness. It's just not self-awareness, it's market awareness. Like those days that you know you should take off. You know, you got news tomorrow, low volume day, and just being able not to trade the market, being okay with not trading the market. You don't have to make a trade. No trades and cash is still a position.
Tobias, are you talking on bigger or smaller time frames on top of the daily lowering volume second time? I think you're looking at bigger time frames. I'm a little 50-50 on Goldman Sachs, mainly because of the XLF sector. They're up against supply, so it has heavy resistance here, so they probably will pull back a little bit more before a better bounce occurs. But we know where the resistance is. But if you go back to GS, inside of that XLF sector, they're kind of doing the same thing. They're up against a really good support, or on top of a really good support, but they're holding against a really good resistance as well. You can see they kind of have a range here. So it kind of reminds me of Boeing, even though these don't relate, Boeing and banks, they don't relate at all. But it kind of reminds me of that because it's up against resistance, but it's also holding inside of this day still. So you really are 50-50 waiting for that break of that range. So you really need to wait for an exit of that range. And if you don't catch it, wait for the retest of that range. But Goldman Sachs does have a lot of potential. Really good find, Tobias. We do put all of the trades in chat, Stable Hacks. I don't know what you're even mentioning. If you're talking about from Spaces, I'm not connected to that. But from this, I mean, I have the entire watch list right here. If you're too lazy to add them and find your own setups, then that's on you, man. I sit here and I visualize. I talk about trading opportunities all the time. And if it's too laggy, you probably need to find a more stable connection. There's nothing I can do about that. I'm not going to sit here, stream, explain everything, and go type at everything. That's why I'm streaming. So, no, I will not do that. There's plenty of plays typed out no matter what Discord you're in. I actually have one of the cheapest groups, so I don't know what you mean by expensive. And also, I don't know if I'd call me really intelligent. I would just say disciplined. I don't like to sit here and act like I'm some genius. I don't think anybody in here is a genius. I think all of us are just really smart people looking to be disciplined and grow off of it, so it's very smart. Repetition and routine levels, visualization and humility, nice. Thank you. No problem, Big Boom. That was a really cool question. Thank you for asking that. 100%, don't get too confident. The casino will disappoint you. I learned the hard way. Hard way. I can't speak English. Square zero. And facts, man. And that's why I say it like that too. One, a lot of us have gone through that same problem. So it just kind of hits me differently, and that's why I like to explain it that way, because a lot of us have gone through that. To sit there and think, oh, only I've experienced this. That's very ignorant. A lot of us have gone through the same thing. So that's why it's really smart to speak your mind, be self-aware. Ask questions. What do you think about the edge? I read so many books. Are you talking about trading edge? Oh, you're saying to have an edge. I read so many books plus videos. They said, yes, psychology plays a part, but to be profitable, we need an edge. I would say having an edge would be having a routine. That's what I consider my edge, is having a stable routine. For your opinion, what is edge and how can we build it as a beginner? Routine. I'm just going to keep repeating the same answer because that's the correct answer. Routine. Too many people, and this is 90% of traders when they start out, and then it's probably even more the more they start trading. But too many times do you see someone start and they jump around too much. They don't have a state. You ask them, hey, what are you watching? And they're like, oh, I don't know. I'm just kind of looking at whatever's tweeted or posted. They never have anything from themselves to say, or they never have a stable routine of like, okay, well, what indicators are you using, or what levels are you looking at? And it's always something different every time you ask them. It's because they don't have a consistent routine. You need at least that to get going. If you don't even have that, you're just screwing yourself. You're not even really giving yourself a fighting chance if you don't have a routine. What's up, Rowdy? Glad to have you in here, man. My biggest learning point was exactly what Devin was saying, that it is okay not to trade. New traders mostly think that they have to trade every day. That is a fact, and you don't need to trade every day. That was a very good point made by Devin. I wasn't flaming him. Just pointing out what the hell. I mean, those are just ignorant questions in my opinion. Talking about longer time frames, but mostly the difference from SPX, they really outperformed on the upside in this. Really, if support breaks, it could get juicy. Good mention to Tobias, and thank you for pointing that out, because I didn't quite know what you meant at first, but I think I got it now. So thank you for pointing that out, Tobias. Really good breakdown. And yeah, welcome everybody. We've had over 500 people click the link today. That was more than the other day. 130 people. Thank you so much for joining. Can we get 5 more likes to get that 100 like mark? 5 more likes. That would be just insane. I only asked for 40. You guys are insane. Love each and every one of you. Thank you guys. How low can SPY go? Over a period of what time, Dev? This is someone in chat, not you, Devin.
Yeah, I've already read all the comments. I'm sitting here thinking about the whole market edge thing. There really is no edge to the market. That's all just kind of ego opinion if you think like you got an edge on the market, because nobody has an edge on the market. Nobody knows where it's going. All you can do is, like Josh says, have your routine every day, set up the plan, and that, I guess you could call an edge, but that's just...
And in my opinion, like, I agree with you. You are correct. The only edge I really meant when I said that was you have an edge over most traders because they don't have a set routine. That was all I meant. Yeah. There is no edge on the overall market.
Yeah, but that's still like, that's not like, you might have it over the next guy, but that's just lack of information, and that's not necessarily. And, how many of those books are trying to sell you something at the end? So they make it feel like there's a secret piece of information that you need, and it's not. It's just yourself.
Dev, since you're not replying as quick, and I want to answer your question without forgetting about it, I'd say over a short period of time, the lowest SPY can go is 388 or 390. These are really good short-term supports right here before breaking a kind of minor trend line. I'm not even going to say major, more of a minor trend line. Before breaking lower, more of a midterm, how low can we go? And again, this is all conditional. If we were to break 388, 390 and this trend line, we would most likely need to retest this area where we kind of sat on before this is the CPI candles. So probably 370s would be lowest where we go midterm. Long term, it would probably have to be 355, 357 because this is where we jumped from, where we held support with the shorts covering right here. So I'd say these are the two major areas to look out for over a more midterm to long-term basis. I'm talking months, weeks probably, weeks to months. Here, though, this could happen within a day. So that one's short-term. To answer Dev's question of how low can SPY go. Make sure you guys try to be a little bit less vague when you guys ask questions, just so I understand what you're asking. I'm not trying to bite off anybody. I just want to make sure I'm answering what you're asking. Once I started only looking at SPY, I feel like I've been learning more. Good, because you're actually watching the overall market. Try to also break this down, SPACman. Love the name, by the way. Break down your sectors. So XLK, this is the largest sector of SPY and the overall market. It's also the most popular. Looking at this, you can look at Apple and Microsoft to get double confirmation on smaller and bigger time frames. Healthcare, second largest, but the least popular sector, is amazing to look at. Sometimes when we see SPY dropping, but we have tech up and we have everything just kind of stabilizing to the right, and this is dropping, a lot of people will be like, how is SPY dropping? Well, this is why. The second largest sector is falling through the floor. So it's a really good thing to look at sometimes when things don't seem so clear. Healthcare is almost always the answer. But discretionary, great to look at when you're looking at Amazon, Tesla, Nike, Home Depot, McDonald's. These are really good discretionary tickers to look at alongside this, just to kind of give yourself that extra confluence. Or just to look for discrepancies to see is there any difference between it. Comms, your Meta, your Googs, financials. I mean, that one's pretty simple, your banks. And then you have the rest of these. But the first five, that equals 70 to 75% of the market. So get not just good at looking at SPY, try to get better at adding these into your routine of just checking them here and there. Just to kind of give you that extra confluence. But I love your routine, though, and that's a really good way of slowly growing. All right, sorry, guys, I'm catching up. You guys are typing crazily today. I love the engagement today. Holy crap, you guys are destroying the like counter. I'm not even going to say it anymore. I've been watching your older videos lately, and it's been a lot of help. Thank you for doing these streams this week for free. Appreciate the education you're providing. I appreciate that, June. Thank you so much for saying that. Nick says, why is dollar at the top of your watch list? I use the dollar to just kind of use for bigger time frames. I have it up top mainly just because I have it. That's just how I typed it. I don't think I had it there for any reason. But I like to look at it for bigger time frame view. When this goes up, that means we have more bearish pressure on the equity markets. Equity meaning like SPY, Qs, AMD, Tesla, all these tickers here. Those are equities. But as a currency, the dollar, this adds really good bearish pressure when this goes up and vice versa when it goes down. Now, it's not perfect. Nothing is a perfect inverse, but it's the next closest thing, so that's why you see me have it up top, most likely. All right, let me catch up, guys. You'll have so many messages. You guys are killing it. Yeah, I'm only streaming for this week for free. Oh, on the 5-minute. My bad, Dev. I completely missed answering your question entirely. My answer still stands, though, for when I said short term. 392.60s is most likely the low of day or around close to the low of day, in my opinion, at least with the information I have now. If we do continue lower, it will have to be under that level, which you have the 390.50 and the 388 right there. So that would be the next area. So I'd say lowest today could finish is around this area if this level breaks. If that level does not break, this is going to be the lowest we move, to answer your question just in a quick fashion. Appreciate the likes and comments, guys. Thank you so much. You can check my Twitter. Whoever asked that, Phil. On average, how many trades would be a target goal for a week-long period? I wouldn't limit yourself. Seriously, I always tell people 3 trades a day is already too much. If you're taking more than 3 trades a day, you're doing way too much. At least in the beginning. Remember, take this from I'm answering as answering you as you're a beginner. I'm not like answering like you're a pro. If you're a pro, take as many trades as you want. Be comfortable. Don't force anything. But if you're gonna sit here and ask as a beginner, you need to really focus on just trying to find one good visualization trade every day and then move from your real account to a mental account or a paper account and really focus on that. And in my opinion, you shouldn't be taking real trades in the beginning anyway. You should be focused on circling entry, circling exit, visualizing, taking mental trades. I don't even really like paper trading because it can be kind of false confidence in some way, shape, or form. But overall, you should be mental trading. And what I mean by that is, let's say you're looking for SPY puts under 395 and you like it, you get in. All right, we'll circle it. Write down a contract price, see what it's at. When it gets down to your target, write down, okay, I'm exiting here. Write down the contract price. Do the math. How much percentage are you up or down? And also, don't just enter exit. Try to find where would be a good stop loss. Let's say I was entering here at 395 for puts. Where would be a good stop loss? Well, not 395. That's the level I'm entering on. A really good stop loss would be about here at 395.50 because this is the support in which price just broke before breaking that previous day low. Jesus Christ, I cannot zoom out correctly. There we go. So 395.50, 395, these need to be two areas to look out to stop out. Don't just talk about what's a good target, where should I take profits. Always talk about both sides of your trade like we do with our charts. We always talk about both sides of the chart. There's no point in just looking at one side. That was a mouthful. Good question, though, Chris. Appreciate the question. Trusting your line is edge. Preach, Mel. I feel like I've only met you today, but I already appreciate your engagement in here. You've already had really, really good advice in here today, Mel. Thank you, Jason. I appreciate you. Thank you for saying that. Thank you so much, man. I'm on my phone right now, but when I get home, I'm going to make my Thinkorswim like... I even added different colors, as you guys can see. My red and green are a little different. Appreciate you, Steve. Exactly. Not too predictive, reactive with the plan. I like that, Sandella. That's a really good way of putting it. You're really good with those words. Please don't tell me what to buy. Tell me when to buy. Exactly. That's the kind of conversation I like to steer away from. I'm not here to spoon feed. We're here to make self-sufficient traders. I'm here to grow leaders. I'm not here to make sheep. I'm here to make leaders. Paper trading, false confidence, true that. Yeah, and I know you know what I mean if you know what I mean, because paper trading can give you a lot of false confidence. And I don't know how it is on Webull. I'm not going to try and question that. But when you do paper trading on Thinkorswim, it is false. You are not getting fills that you would actually get in a real-time market. They give you way better fills. It makes you think you're doing a whole lot better than you really are. And it just makes you focus on percentages and looking at the green and red too much, when in reality, you need to be focused on the facts of the chart. All right, this is where I'm entering. This is where I'm exiting. This is my target. This is my stop loss. You need to have all that planned out. You should not just be sitting there going, all right, I think this is good. And paper trading on Thinkorswim will throw you off. I don't know how it is on Webull. It might be a lot more accurate. This is what I know. FOMO plus chasing plus hoping plus wishing will lead you with the 99. Exactly. Preach, Mel. SPY and SPX options paper trade is awesome. Builds confidence on Webull. That's good. I was just mainly talking about the accuracy of it. You can do that on Thinkorswim too. I was just saying the fills are not accurate. So that's the only thing I'm not sure with. Everybody can trade without spreads. Thank you, John. All right, so we got through all the comments. You guys are insanely active today. All right, so, and I'm glad I've been doing all this talking now because SPY's just been doing nothing in this range. We have built up, but off of weak volume. And it just makes sense after we make this aggressive drop that we go to at least test one of these two levels that we fell from, which I'll go ahead and remove that now. But overall, most likely going to stay in between the range of today's low and 395 until we break out of that. We don't know what direction we're going next. But overall, the most important thing, in my opinion, is the daily time frame right now. As you guys can see, we have the 393.60s and the 392.60s lining up right here. If you go to my daily time, my day trading levels, you can see 392.60s are right there as well. So there's definitely a very strong area of demand slash support right here. Around that area, so this is going to need to be broken on the bigger time frames for us to move lower. So going into tomorrow, you really need to pay attention to see how do we react to this level. You don't want to just test it and bounce. You want to go test it, break under it, test from underneath, then break lower. It's not just going to be one big drop. So you need to look for good retracements, good retest underneath that level. But at least our bigger time frame and our smaller time frame are lining up correctly. So that's really good for us. I'm more active on choppy days. And what's y'all's favorite tickers? While I have over 140 of you in here, what is everyone's favorite tickers to look at? Give me one or two. Try not to go overboard with it.
Little Costco.
Spy, Tesla, Apple, Costco. Hey, you got a Costco in there, Devin.
That's what I
Spy,
was reading.
AMD Spy, Spy Key. I'm not surprised to see so many people saying Spy.
All right. What's your favorite long-term stock to pick up? Not your favorite day trading. See what some variety goes in with some long-term.
Yeah, I guess that's good. What's y'all's favorite ticker to trade, and then what's your favorite long term that you believe in? Good call out, Sand Dollar. Thank you for posting that.
And yeah, what's that?
Spy and Apple flushing again. Great call out. Also, love the vocab. Flushing is the best term. Flushing and fading.
Oh, American Eagle. Look at that. I never looked at that chart.
American Eagle Outfitters, brother.
That's not bad trading.
PDD. I would never have guessed someone saying that one. PDD is kind of slept on. It just sucks they're Chinese related. Good company, though. Apple, Amazon, Tesla, or TESLW. Okay, so nobody's choosing anything completely out of there. I want to short Goldman Sachs and Cat, adding some long-term Oregon with 25% of profit. Nice. CTRM. I'm going to guess this is shipping related. Ooh, SE, dude. SE is a pretty good one. I used to swing trade the crap out of SE. But yeah, this one does have pretty cool price action. Good find. What is me and Devin's favorite long term? That's a tough one.
Man, Dollar Tree. I'm about to dip on Dollar Tree, and that's been like one of the better ones for me.
I used to be a really big John Deere believer. I used to be I still am kind of a big public storage believer. I think this is crazy that it's even at this price. Maybe even Waste Management. I like Waste Management, public storage because they're passive and safe. But I'd say long term, I really like Apple, Palantir, Redfin. I think these are a couple ones that are somewhat risky, but I like some of them as a good passive long term as well. So I kind of have a few. Yeah, Devin said Dollar Tree. He loves Dollar Tree.
Oh yeah, I'm about to dip on. Yeah, dude, because where I live at, you can be driving in the middle of nowhere, and a Dollar Tree or Dollar General is going to show up. Like I'm talking about middle of nowhere, they got them everywhere. The place is not going anywhere.
AVGO. It's a good pick. Ooh, dividends. Good job, Gary. TLT, we got us a big brain. Courtney is a huge brain. GNRC. Nice. I got some pretty cool stock picks. I'm not going to lie. I was expecting like 50 Teslas, but we got a whole lot more than that, so that's good. I didn't mean that in a bad way, by the way. I don't think y'all are degens or anything. Some Wall Street bets traders. But I think my favorite one was what Jesse said. I like that one. Good find, Jesse. IVR. That was just a good question. Of course, there is no right or wrong answer. Oh, I see why you're in this. Never mind. That is a pretty passive one. I like the dividends on that, too. I think someone was just showing me that one last week. Is that really their ticker? GOGO? That's kind of cool. So the big thing with shipping companies right now, one, it's not if they're a good, I mean, well, yeah, of course it's good to see if they're a good company or not. But two, a lot of companies in the shipping sector are taking hits, and it's just because of supply demand. It's not anything in their control right now. It's just market rotation. But shipping companies do have really good squeezes over time. It just depends who you're going for. So if you are going to get into a shipping company, and again, this is just my opinions. I'm not in any way, shape, or form some hedge fund or professional that knows what I'm talking about. But if you are going to get into a shipping company, something I have found useful is to figure out what do they ship and what countries do they ship to. And then it kind of makes sense to go, okay, well, of course they're going to react differently. Because if it's a company that's from China that ships to us, they're going to have a lot of supply chain issues just because of things on their end. There's not enough demand for things, but the supply is going to be a little weak. And then vice versa. So it also makes sense to what are they shipping and who are they shipping to from where. You know, it's kind of figure out just the surroundings of it. And then it helps you picture a little bit better of, all right, well, this is what I can expect. I can't remember the company. It was like Eagle Shipping. Oh, I got it. First try. Eagle Bulk Shipping. This was one that I used to be in. I'm not in it anymore. But they used to ship all kinds of stuff across all different oceans. And I just thought it was awesome because they have a pretty decent dividend for what they bring in. But they're slow. You don't see this pop like crazy. You don't see it drop like crazy. I mean, it did here, but this is during the supply chain issues. But overall, over time, yeah, probably really good investment for any shipping company. You just got to figure out what do they do, where do they ship to, where do they ship from, you know, what are they really, what are they a part of to see what are they affected by. Because if they're just a small shipping company that's just in the United States, that's going to be a little bit different than saying, oh, well, they ship to Australia, India, China. It's like, oh, well, 2 out of those 3 places are facing a lot of supply chain issues, so of course they're going to have a little bit of struggle on their end as well. Anybody that said Apple long term, I think you're a genius. I think Apple long term is just kind of a straight shooter. Even Warren Buffett has a little over 40% of his entire portfolio inside Apple, which he has no investment even close to that allocates that amount. But good question, though. I was glad to see what you guys enjoy, what you guys believe in. Hey, I'm on the big screen. That's what's up, Sherman. I'm on his big screen on his TV. Damn, that looks so clean on a bigger screen. That's crazy. Thank you for sharing that. That's so cool.
Charts I could put on my big screen.
You guys are amazing. I think this is the longest amount of time we've maintained over 100 people in here for this long. So shout out to all of you. Appreciate everybody who, I don't know who shouted me out on Twitter Spaces, but I'm sure it was a combination of Keanu, Zach Morris, Jordan. I can't even remember everybody's names. There's so many people to remember and love. But I appreciate everybody who's from the Twitter Spaces, regardless of where you guys are from. Thank you guys for being here. Appreciate the engagement, the interactions, the amount of comments you guys are giving. Just appreciate all of you. Yes, all of them, bet. Yeah, those guys are really cool. I haven't had too many people, I mean, I have had a great amount of people shout me out, but I haven't had too many people shout me out and not ask anything in return. These guys are doing this and just doing it for support. We have no deals behind the scenes. So it's really cool of them to do that. SPX Raging Wedge. Well, the dollar wants to break up, and I have dinner right now. F. Tobias, be safe, man. Definitely hit me up if you get back in time. I would love to see what you're doing. But have a great time out, man. Be safe. Wear a seatbelt, shit like that. Daffy talking about solar stocks, so I need to recheck TAN. Still no confirmation. FSLR is tired. They had a bearish kicker like SPY did yesterday, Daffy, and now they have a red day just like SPY. So most likely going to go at least test the top of where they kind of had that resistance where they broke out just recently. So they have a little bit of room under, nothing too fancy. A little about a $2 drop there. But overall, we could definitely short that back into that area because it's not necessarily has to stop here. This would just be a good first target to kind of aim for. But overall, they'll most likely come back down to at least 158. So we'll have to pay attention to that. But that one does look pretty good. They said get off here and go check. Oh, okay. I understand that then. Thank you, Steve. What did y'all trade on the Twitter spaces? Anything cool? I know those guys have been booming off trade alerts lately.
Slowing down on the buyer reaction, coming back down. See if we start taking out these levels.
SPY and Qs. Very smart. Did they take SPY under 395s? Or under today's open and 395s? What'd y'all end up taking in there? If I had to guess, I'd say they probably got a good retest entry up here, or they waited for the break of 395, and that's just me guessing. Oh, they were in calls? Okay. Well, there was one good bounce for calls. I'm not going to sit here and say calls wouldn't work, because technically, and let me remove this so you can see it easier. But technically, when we retook this open price, after getting this low and then holding this low, this was actually a good buyer candle here, breaking today's open. And it did go up, and in fact, and we even talked about it in this stream. We talked about if we break above 396.40s, there's a good chance we go smack 397.20s. We ended up doing that. We didn't get over that. Then we said if we don't take over this, there's a good chance we go retest this level to see if they have control or not. If they close under, we're most likely going to fall back down to low of day. So I at least called that most of the move, but I would never have guessed us breaking this all within 20 minutes. So I did not have that planned out, but there was still good opportunity for calls though, with reasoning too. Okay, they were in calls, then flip puts. Yeah, that makes sense then. Well, good stuff then. Looks like y'all caught some good moves then. I was just seeing. I wasn't really trying to pry into it or judge anybody's trade. A couple good opportunities today, which is amazing because it feels like some of these days over the past 3 weeks we've only had minimal opportunity. I would say today had really good opportunity. Shop puts as well. Yeah, how is shop doing? I literally never checked that chart anymore. I had one big gain on, or two big gains on them this year, and I have not looked back since. One of my trades got lucky. I won't even cap on that one. They actually look really good for reversal on the bigger time frames. You got this kind of evening star here. You got what almost represents a tweezer top, and they have a gap fill below, but they also have a gap fill above. So this one's actually a pretty fancy chart to continuously look at. One above, and you got one below. Kind of like SPY right now. Great day overall, though. I agree, Mel. So many good little movements. I actually appreciate the amount of engagement you guys gave today, especially you, Mel. You gave out a lot of really good call-outs, and so did a bunch of people in here. I can't even call everybody out, or I'll be talking here for 20 minutes straight. They were speaking very highly of me on Spaces. I'm glad to hear. And I never get to tune in and hear what they're saying because I'm always streaming in here, and at the end of the day, when they do them again, I'm either doing one-on-ones or I'm busy. But I appreciate the amount of positivity they give me from their spaces because they don't have to do that. So I appreciate them extending that love. You know, one or two things. Mel, I can tell you're talented, man. I really do believe if you just go slow, be passive, I think you're going to have a great future ahead of you. So you sound very intuitive. You sound very smart. I think this is your first day on the streams, so I can't even be like, oh, my information's helped you. No, you seem to have already be pretty well seasoned. Yes, Nick, I do. Actually, let me pull this up because you guys always ask me about what videos are for what, and I don't blame you for not finding them because there's over 300 videos on my channel, so I would love to have a quick little breakdown real quick. Real quick, though, make sure you sub to her. She's really cool. But first, this is the video you need to watch. This is the famous video all of us have been posting and spamming for getting the levels, how to engage with them, how to trade off of them, how to grow with them, and how to have them as a part of your routine. So this is the #1 video to check out. The one you're asking about, though, is this one. I had to look because all the styles of around the borders are the same. But this is the one you want to look at. How to chart supply and demand zones, BB style. Which is me, I'm BB. But click on it, watch it, all that good stuff. But I go through it, and I also covered how I do it today in the stream. I don't know at what point I can show you again. But this video gives you a good breakdown on how to add zones for the bigger and the smaller time frames. And it kind of explains some of the levels I go through on my screen. I'll sometimes explain them, or I always explain them, but I'll break them down more in that video. So make sure to check out those 2 videos, and you basically have everything you need for how to get a lot of my levels. And then I would slowly start to work through some of the playlists. You have the How to Chart series, workshop videos, which are basically just really long videos covering various topics. This is the midpoint strategy by my old friend Harland, Greeks and option spreads by my boy Tin Man, which you can also find a lot of spreads information on Sandra's channel as well. Swing trading, volume. This one's really cool with JBake. If you want to learn how to read volume and never look back again, this is the video to watch. Workshop #4. Day trading, charting. I mean, tons of good videos. Day trading playlist, swing trading playlist, popular videos, and then of course the videos overall. So take your time. There's a crap ton to look at. I'm not gonna lie. But over time, when you start looking at it more, and don't just watch them once on your own, and then slowly work through them with your own chart as well. Damn, y'all got that in the top 10. This is my 10th most watched video. Good stuff. Y'all are amazing. But hopefully that helps you out, Nick. Nick Kerr. Realtor. Nick Cooer. Yep, Clive. It's the only channel I have on my featured channels little sub box thing. I've never used the sub box because I've never found traders that not even just actively post, but have a good amount of videos that are someone I would actually like to support. Like the beer. Oh, okay. Coors Light. I've been to that Coors Light factory twice in Colorado. It's a pretty cool tour if you've never been. Rewatched that video like 3 times while trying to chart on my TOS. Well, good stuff, June. I'm very happy to hear that because it does frustrate me sometimes when somebody hits me with, yo, your levels don't work. It's like, okay, now I know you're lying. You know, so it's nice to see you go through it once on your own and then go through it again with your own charts just to kind of make sure you get it down. And maybe we'll do another Sunday stream again. Maybe I can make Sunday stream public or something. But I would love to go over the levels again with everybody, just kind of from fresh, from start, from scratch. Yeah, same Clive. She's amazing. I didn't know who I was dealing with until I looked further. Yeah, we linked up by pure chance. We did not link up on purpose. That was definitely by random. So I am very happy we met.
I'm gonna go quick.
Maybe not a bull flag, but you definitely have a push up into a good consolidation. So even if it's not a bull flag junior, it is a good push up into consolidation. So as long as it holds that level below on SPX, you should be fine. More than the level to work on. It's my main set that need to get fixed. Your levels helped me profit 70 on my spy puts yesterday. Still got lots to learn, but immensely grateful for your channel and the space crew as well. Yeah, for real. It seems like a lot of you guys are really eating up this information. And honestly, and you'll hear them say similar things. But like I said, I will literally go to war for any one of you who is willing to learn. If you're not here to learn or you're not here to grow, you're just here for spoon feeding plays, you are not in the right place. Just go ahead and leave now. But if you're here to learn and you're here to eat up the information, take advantage. This is all yours, and this is why I'm willing to answer as many questions as possible, even if it's a repeat question, just because I know that you are hungry. I know that you're trying. I know you're trying to grow. I was in your spot at one point, and there was no one reaching out their hand to help. You know, so I don't want anyone in here to feel helpless. That it's so worthless to feel helpless and have no one help you. It's the worst scenario ever. What seems to be the best days to trade? I mean, any day can end up being the best day to trade on different weeks. It just depends what the bigger time frames are saying. And that's why you guys always see me start out with the bigger time frame. I always start with the bigger time frame each morning to kind of give you guys that pre-market prep, and at the end of my streams just to show you what's possible, because this will give you a better picture. Today, the information was we either get a small green reset candle that just barely holds 396.30s, or we break yesterday's low at 395. We ended up doing the latter. We ended up breaking 395, and we pushed down to the next area, which we had marked from the multiple day support we had sitting here. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 days hold above here, but we had an 8th sit above it again. So we basically had 7 to 8 days sitting above this same supportive consolidation here. So we had to watch that. It's a good first target. Now we're looking below that general area to make it to the next area at 388, 390. So there's still good room under, but this gives us a generalized idea of what's possible in the bigger time frame. So when you go down to the smaller time frame, regardless of being on this chart or this chart, it doesn't matter. You have at least a general idea of what's possible. And it also helps you out a ton on the smaller time frames. Oh, you're not going to feed us? Your info is again. What if you're vegetarian, Mel? We learned to fish here. Preach, Clive. I really like this Clive guy. Clive and Mel, y'all are really showing out today. I appreciate it. A little over 5 years. I've only been in options for about 3.
Or must have some some kind of issues somewhere in their system.
I want to sponge your brain. Well, don't take too much of it. I don't got much left. Still no trades yet. Too distracted, and I have to catch a flight later. Womp, 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 womp. Well, Mies, don't beat yourself up too much. I do see one strength in all of your indecision today. You might have been distracted, you might have been indecisive a little bit, but you didn't force anything. So I think that is one positive to take away from all that negative, is that you didn't force a trade, you didn't revenge trade, you didn't just jump into something random just because you had the feeling that you needed to. So I do see a positive in that, Mies. But please be safe. I have no idea what we would do without you. I probably would stop doing these streams if Mies did not have a safe trip. So everybody wish her a safe flight later. Send the positive energy her way.
.94 really acting as a support right now. Wicked off there a couple times on the 10-minute.
Daffy. Can I get your autograph? I just messaged him in text. Uh-oh, Clive, me and Sandy are talking about you. I gotta go. It's been a pleasure. Catch you tomorrow, and thank you. See you, Clive. Very, very glad you were in here, man. Appreciate that. You and Mel have been really cool today. And guys, we had almost 700 people join the stream today. That is by far the most we've ever had in a stream or click the stream. And we had well over 100 people in here at almost an average viewer rate. That is just insane. That is not even close to what my previous best was. So I appreciate everybody's support, everybody's engagement. Thank you guys so much for supporting me, going over to Sandy's channel, subbing to her. I appreciate the amount of engagement, the amount of just support we got today and this week. It's just mind-blowing. I'm just completely lost for words on that end. So seriously, guys, thank you so much. I'm not ending stream, by the way. I just had to say that again because this is the first time it's ever happened. So I just had to show the love. Pretty effing amazing, though. I'm not gonna lie.
What, not my eyes.
Yeah, we hit ATH.
Spider's flirting with this 94.
Yo, my boy Darren's in here. That's what's up. Darren Cox, the better Cox brother. What's up, man? I hope you're doing good this morning. Oh, my bad, Devin. I forgot you're in here still.
It's his birthday today.
It's Darren's birthday today?
Yes, sir.
Damn. Everybody say happy birthday to the better Cox brother. Happy birthday, Darren. He's turning 38 today.
Sheesh.
No, he's not turning 38. That's the boy right there. Oh, Taylor, did you take away... I meant to ask you this yesterday's stream, but did you take away any cool ideas from anybody's desserts when we were all spamming you with dessert ideas? Hopefully you got a couple good ones. At 30-something Rock, they actually believe me. He's not actually turning 30-something. I was just kidding. He's our age. Or how old is Darren? He's like 25, 26?
Yeah, 26.
Yeah.
Get that cheaper car insurance.
That's prime time age. The age to make moves.
Apple and Microsoft kind of just drifting farther apart. Microsoft's kind of coming up back towards that yesterday low, and Apple's going back to its today's low.
Yeah, they had that early weakness. They were down. Now they're back up. Yeah, they're not even down 1% anymore. Apple's down 2% right now, with no turnaround. Good mention. The king and queen. Apple being the queen. Microsoft. King is Apple. Queen is Microsoft. Always remember that, guys. We should probably make like a set of cards, Devin, or like customize like a card pack and have like tickers on them instead of like, you know, king, queen, jack, 10, all that crap.
Sweet.
But what sucks though is the weights move so much. So the first top few ones would be fine, but some of the other ones would probably change around too much. Or like a chessboard with tickers instead of the pieces. That'd be kind of cool. The gingerbread cupcakes in that picture stem from something else someone posted. Ooh, that sounds so good. You'll get me more stream. I appreciate that, Tony. You're amazing. And thank you guys for the birthday wishes for Darren. Appreciate the feedback on that. Your mentors are kids. I'm going to take that the good way. I'm going to take that the positive way. And like I've said, though, I never like to sit here and be like, oh, I'm y'all's mentor, I'm your teacher. We're just friends. We're all engaging. We're talking about charts. We're breaking things down through my experience. I am no pro. There is no such thing as a pro in options trading. If anybody tells you they're a pro in options trading, they're full of shit and trying to sell you something. I threw a photo in the off-topic chat. Oh, yeah, let me open that up so people can see Taylor's amazing skills with desserts. Check this out, guys. She doesn't just make good desserts. She also designs them. So yeah, that one's like a reindeer, and this is like a... I forgot the name of it, but it's like those things you put on your door. Gingerbread. Candy cane. That one actually looks pretty good. Honestly, everything in this picture looks pretty good. This is your first attempt? Damn, this is pretty good. If me and Devin tried to make something like this, we would get nowhere close to this. We'd just flood everything with icing.
Apple getting really close to that new low a day. With some other stuff in some spots that they could reject. You know, you got Google, Microsoft at their yesterday lows. Amazon's still not looking hot.
What a day. What a day.
Yep, I think low days put in. You know, we might just be range. We never know for sure, but...
Do you trade off price action, or do you also check options flows like unusual whales? I just trade price action. I'm not going to lie, though, if you do use flows, it takes a little while to get a little better at kind of spotting what you want to look for. But I have not found flows to be as useful for me, so I just don't use them. But I do have a free subscription to Unusual Whales. They sponsored me, so I do have that. But I have it, I just don't use it a whole lot. One thing I do like about Unusual Whales, though, is when you go to the market overview, I love that they added this tab. I used to hate that I couldn't look at sector flow a little easier, and they made that so much easier now. But a big reason I don't like flow, and they on Unusual Whales, they show the difference between it, so it's easier to see. But a lot of people don't know you can buy bullish puts, you can buy bearish calls. People don't know that, and that pops up in the flow a little skewed sometimes. On Unusual Whales, they show you the difference, but a lot of the time it makes you think backwards, and then you start to kind of go against, you do your TA, you do the chart, you do all that, and you get a good kind of idea of what you're looking for, and then you go check the flows, and you're just all over the place, and sometimes you'll even change your sentiment for no reason, just because you see big money popping up. So I do see it as a nice way of growing, but I also see it as a distraction sometimes. So I do believe you should become a decent price action trader before trying to use any kind of flows. But I do love the flows sometimes. It's nice to just kind of look at. The only flow, I think, setting I've ever added on, which I have to go here, I think. Filters, watch list, custom views, best scan settings. This is the only actual custom scan I've ever done on here. And it basically just searches for sweep orders. These are orders that are basically just getting sent through no matter what. They're buying. They just want to get in. So this is really good for looking for like quick trades, like quick day trades, scalps, all that good stuff. You can even see my settings right here. They have to have at least 10,000 premium. I like to keep it in a close spot. I like it to have either 0 DTE or at least be within the same month. And I think that's the only thing I have added. Sweeps only, no cross trades, no floor trades, no normal trades, just sweeps. And then out of the money only, which means they're buying a more aggressive options contract. So by doing this, by getting in on a sweep trade with out of the money contracts, that's basically saying, I know this is going this direction. It's most likely a scalp trade. So I like to look at this for scalps sometimes, but I haven't really even done that in a long time. So that's basically the only uses I've found for them. But that's not to say you can't use flows. I'm just saying from my personal experience, I've not used them too much. So I still need to kind of touch up on it, but yeah. But sector flow is definitely one of the big things I watch on Unusual Whales. I just love looking at sectors. I love paying attention to what's leading, what's lagging. And you could tell just from me and Devin's stream today, we know that Apple and Microsoft are red. It's, no duh. But we know that Apple is a lot more red than Microsoft. You can even see it here on this heat map. So tech is down, but Apple's definitely leading it down the most. And you could do the same thing for discretionary. Yeah, discretionary might be slightly red or slightly green, but Tesla's flat and Amazon's just as red as Apple. So you have two top weights red that are holding down their sectors by themselves. So it's nice to just kind of know the difference and discrepancy between it. But yeah, really good higher low built here, and you have pretty good volume stepping in. Like I said, you want to wait for one low and a good higher low or even a double bottom. You end up getting the higher low in this situation, and they are getting some volume to push in. So like I said, they're most likely wanting to retest either the 395 in which they fell from or the first fell from level at 395.50. So you got about a 50-cent range here that price wants to at least go retest. So that's a good sign by buyers. But nothing crazy yet. Again, you can see we're just bouncing our head against the previous day low. So if we do break above this previous day low, you have to watch 395.50 because you do kind of have the area between previous day low and kind of that area in which we fell from when we first fell to it, held a higher low, and then pushed up one more time. This is the level, or this is the area to keep on watch. Tobias, something is happening. The gingerbread shop looked like pillowy deliciousness. End up Hulk smashing cupcakes on accident or something. They're wild. Like at 11 a.m. till now, that's where I lose. Yeah, I don't like to trade in lunch hours anyway, because right now it's 11:40 Central, but you have to think New York time. It's 12:40, so they've already been in lunch, so volume's been pretty weak. Not just because of them, but that is where a lot of volume stems from. So.
Yep. 9:30 to 11 is the prime time for me.
And I was only going so much longer because so many of you are still in here, so I was wanting to make sure we covered more updates, answered any more questions. I just got back and saw it pop the moment I sat down. Hey, man, you were the leading indicator. Tobias, are you a whale?
Got down and hit them algos.
But before I end any of this, does everyone understand the levels? Is there anybody here that needs to touch up on what are we even looking at? I don't want you guys to think that I'm just grabbing random levels. The levels I grab are very consistent. I never really grab something different. It's always the same stuff every day. In short, we use price history. Again, this is going to look ugly, but it's because I'm going to the daily, which this is not for the daily. These levels are for the 5-minute for smaller time frames to trade on. But I'm basically just grabbing emerging candles. Emerging candles are basically, in short, a break spot. So when you see price push a new high and stop and close, that's where I grab the close of that green candle. I don't add the top of that red candle because that's where we sold off from. I grab the tops of greens, and when I have a large range, you'll see me go from candlestick to candlestick, and I'll find a halfway point like this level right here. It's a good level that's in between. I think this level is extended from over there, but it's not. It's not from here. But I use price history. Price history is a big thing. Sometimes you'll see me use levels from 2020, 2021. On some charts, you'll see me use levels from 1987, 2004, 2008. You'll see me find levels from a very long time ago that are still very relevant to this day. The only other levels I add on the smaller time frames are the previous day high, low, pre-market high, low, the previous day open, close, and today's open. These are the only extra levels I add on top to give me short-term indications. And as you can see, I didn't have to add the previous day high. It was basically already there by a bigger time frame level. I didn't have to add today's open. It was basically there by another bigger time frame level. Same thing for the pre-market low. The previous day close we added, the previous day low we added, and the pre-market high we added. So giving us a really good set of levels to give us a plan here. And going into today, without showing you everything, if I scroll up here on my watch list down here, you can see smaller time frame. Buyers can bounce from a hold of the blue area between previous day close and 396.50. We ended up getting a short-term bounce from that area. We bounced straight from it. Above 398, 399, we can look for more. We didn't even get close to 398 or 399. We rejected 397.30, so that was a good rejection. Below, 395 for sellers towards 394, 392.75, and possibly even 390.50. This kind of being a farther target in case worst case scenario. So we got the bounce, we didn't get the continuation, and we got the break under 395. We hit 394, and we almost got to 392.75. We were literally, what is that, 55 cents away. So not that far, but still another decent distance away. So we got to the first target. We made a low under it that didn't quite make it to the next. We made a higher low on top of that 394, which is also on the watch list. We went over it this morning. And now it's back up into 395. So we're basically back to square two. Square one would be about up here, but we're rejecting square one basically. So right now, you need to be watching over the blue area to see, can we finish back inside of this range, which in my opinion is higher, like more likely than people think. I think we'll probably finish inside of this range today. But overall, don't do any guesswork. Point out scenarios. Yes, we could break above this, retest on top of it, finish inside of this range. We could also reject this and go back lower. So there's a couple different things we could do from here. No, I don't use wicks when I'm doing the bigger time frame, Edward. I mainly grab the meat of the bone because I truly see that as the strength of the candle. Now, sometimes you'll see me do it like for the smaller time frames. Like right here is a good example. So let's say price action's over here on the right for the next day, right? Is it smart to grab the meat of the bone here or the wick? Well, since I don't see much difference, there's not a huge difference, I'll just go ahead and add the wick since it's the true high of the day. But if there's a huge wick and price is just here in range, I'll just grab the meat of the bone because that's going to be the stronger break. So it's also consistency. Don't one day add it here and then don't add it the next. Make sure you're consistently adding it or not adding it. Let's see. Who else did I miss? You're not going to offend me by going over the basics. Good energy, John Freshwater. Love the name, by the way. Who doesn't love freshwater, right? Please, if you could, the next 6 lotto numbers. Dude, if I had them, I would give them to you. I really would. Because if I can't win it, I better at least know the person that's going to win it. We have extra info in there, but I wouldn't necessarily say classes. And here, I'll drop y'all a sneaky link. So since y'all are all in here and we had a super crazy, just a historical day for streams, I'm going to give y'all a private link to a video playlist. This is just basically all the live trades. So there's 17 in there right now. Me and Devin need to add to this, but we haven't had time. But we have 17 live trades in here. I think 2 of them aren't live in the sense of like watching someone actually take it. 2 of them I think are like replays, like this one with username. Beautiful, beautiful channel, by the way. This is one of my traders. He's amazing. But that video is a trade review, and I think Leland's is, which they weren't recorded live, but the trades they took were just insane. And they do this all the time. So especially this one, this is probably one of my favorite ones, the in-depth replay with Leland, because it's we have a joke with him. It's a retest play is what he takes, but he waits for base, waits for it to retest under or over, and then he takes that play. So we call it a Lee test because it's kind of his specialty. But I will drop this link for y'all in the YouTube stream right now since you guys are still in here with me, and we're having a 4-hour stream. This is by far our longest stream. But if you guys want to, you can go over that all you want. So Jackson, you just asked, can you please go over the staircase method again quick if you can? So one thing first, I would definitely check out my better explanation because I'm probably just going to give you a short, vague one right here. But there's an explanation in here. I forgot what time it's at. I think it's at like... ended up being... I want to say it's at like 40-something. All right, I don't remember where it's at. It's somewhere in this video. I'll have to find it. I think it's actually right here at 37 minutes. So I would, 1, check out that. But 2, yes, I can go over it. So let's cover SPY. This is actually a perfect example today. Using the levels we actually went over this morning. I'm not making up any scenarios. So I don't want to hear anybody saying, oh, well, that's easy to say afterwards. But right here, let's say you're taking puts under 395. What is a first, and let's say you're only in one contract. Who am I talking to? Jackson. Jackson, let's say we're only in one contract. Where is my target? Let's say I'm already in as it's breaking 395. What is my first target? Under 395. Let's do this one together. $394.06 exactly. Now let's say you had multiple contracts, right? So as a one contract person, you need to take full profits at 394.06 or towards 394.06. What do I mean by that? Don't be OCD. Don't wait for price to perfectly hit 394.06. If it gets close and you see things are slowing up, or you're towards the end of this candle and volume's done really well, get out. There's no need to hold through that, right? Because there's just no point, right? We're focused on growth, not making random exits, random entries, any of that. So we're past entry. We're talking about exit right now. So say you have multiple contracts, Jackson. You need to, let's say you have 5. Let's just do 5. That's an easy number. Sell 3 or 4 of them as you're approaching this, and then you have what we call a runner. A runner can make it to the second target. Your entire position should never make it to the last target or to your second target. You should already be scaling. It's basically just scaling out as you approach farther targets. And that's why I call it the staircase method, because you really are working yourself up to make these longer, bigger gains by catching that. So always, if you have one contract, sell at the first target. Get really, really good at selling at the first target. You should be able to be very confident that you can at least make it to your first target. Now, is every target going to be this far away? No, some are going to be a little closer, some are going to be a little farther, but always try to make it to that first target, right? And don't be OCD. Write that down. So let's say you have 5 contracts, you sell 4. Where's your second target? Well, it's actually 393.50. I didn't write it down, but let's just say it's 392.64 for example's sake, right? 392.64. But we didn't make it there. So what do we need to do? We need to cut as it goes back through our first target, right? So in this example, you would cut it here, and you'd probably still have some good gains on it because it didn't pull up all the way to where you entered, right? But let's say it did keep going. What would you do? Would you ignore that level, or would you sell at it? You would sell at it because that's your second target. There's no point in ignoring it, right? And that's all the staircase method is it makes you focus on always selling at the first target, working yourself to that first area to sell, and then you can focus, months later or years later on how you can make it to farther targets. It's not about catching the biggest percentage. It's about making trades that make sense to you over and over and over, almost in a routine. Therefore, you can consistently do this, and it grows your confidence. So not only are you growing knowledge-wise, mentally-wise, psychologically, but you're growing your account. You're actually growing your account. But does that make sense, though, Jackson? On why and this is why I said please still check out that video, because I have a lot better of a breakdown on that with an actual example. This is me just quickly looking at it again to give you a quick look. So please check out the more planned info that I have there as well. But hopefully this helped you out a little bit. But this is the whole point of the staircase method. Too many times do I see traders holding through too many far targets, and it just doesn't make sense to me. It's like, why are you doing that? You've already made a good trade. You've already made it to that first target. Why are you so, stuck on getting to that farther target? And it's greed. That's all it is. It's just greed. There is no explanation. It's just greed. No problem, Jackson.
Singles, not home runs.
Exactly. 1 second, I'm typing. Yo, Gordon Gecko? Tobias, you have just became my best friend. He knows, dude. He knows. Heading out. See you. See you later, Jonas. Have a great day, man. Thank you for being in here. Bro, Gordon Gecko. That's probably one of the best stock market movies. What's it called again, Tobias? It's just Wall Street or On Wall Street. It's the guy with 2.5 Men and Gordon Gecko. That is by far one of the best. So what if the trade immediately goes against you? Great question, Chaos. First level above cut? No. So in this case, let's say you were entering, on this candle here. And I explained this earlier, you might not have been here. But if you were entering the 395 when we were calling it out, your stop loss needed to be this support here. So let's say price reversed, breaks above it. That's where you're getting out. You could have an aggressive tight stop loss at the level you entered. Yeah, that's definitely a good way. But another passive, not as tight stop loss would be that support in which we fell from.
And best practice is knowing where you're getting out before you get in a trade. If you're setting up a trade, how much risk is it? If you've already broke out over a level and it's ran quite a bit, is it that best time to enter, or am I going to have to wait for $1 for it to come down and retest? So kind of situational awareness on when you're taking your trade as well.
But as you can see, the levels are always combining with each other. You're never just out here in the open. You're always using the levels as an entry, a stop loss, a target. The levels really are a combining factor that help you. They really do work together to give you these not as hard trade plan, easier to see trade plans is what I should say. But yeah, if y'all haven't seen that movie though, y'all need to get on it. Let's look it up. Yeah, Michael Douglas, freaking legend. Yeah, right here. This is the movie. Wall Street, that's all it's called. 1987. Look it up, watch it. I promise you, this movie is so good. Wall Street Never Sleeps was the other one, though. I forgot that was the other one, Tobias. You were correct. It's okay, Chaos, and we just went over this, so I'm not trying to repeat myself again, so go back in the stream a little bit, but check out the workshop number 11 video, Chaos. That'll give you a lot of insight on where I'm getting these levels from. It's just price history, and then some intraday price history from previous day and today. But we do use supply and demand on some stuff. I'm not. None of it is displayed here in this screen right now, but There's also a video for that. So I have a video for workshop number 11. You can look at the levels, navigate them. I really just need to pin this info to each stream. And then there is a video on how to chart supply and demand in an easier fashion that's consistent. Too many times and the only reason I made a zones video or how to draw supply and demand video is because too many times on YouTube I would see people link me and be like, yo, do you have info on this? And I would say no. And I'd watch those videos, and it's like, what the heck am I watching? Like, I swear, go look up any supply-demand YouTube video. Watch it, seriously. Logically watch it, and look how they draw their areas. It makes no sense. They're just randomly grabbing highs and lows that combine, and they're like, yeah, that's supply, that's demand. There's no consistent rule. And that's the whole point about charting, and this is why too many people switch up trading strategies too much, because nothing that they do is consistent. Everything I have on my screen now is consistent. Every single level I could defend, I could tell you where it's from, I could tell you why I have it. Those people cannot redo those same zones. If I was to clear their chart and make them redraw those zones, they would not get the same areas again. They would not get the exact same zones again. They would have different TA than the first time they charted. So it's just inconsistent rules. The reason I made that video is that exact reason. I made the supply and demand video because it gives you consistent rules to follow when looking for supply and demand. Okay, this is the low, this is the... You'll see it when you watch the video, but everything I have in that video is consistent. It's routine. You're never doing something random, you know, and I hate when I watch other people's videos and I can't make sense of it. It's just random stuff everywhere. So make sure to check out the video on that, as well as the workshop number 11 video, Chaos. No, it's totally fine. I don't mind repeating myself. It's just we literally just covered this right before you joined, so I just didn't want to bore everyone else again. So you can go back a little bit into the stream, but I would definitely check out those two videos. I'll link them right now. I'll get them right now, and I'll link the YouTube stream, just so I know you have the exact videos I'm talking about. Alright, so the first one is this one. This is just how you get the levels, how you utilize them. So there's that link. I just sent it. It's probably going to start you at like 30 something minutes because I just did link to direct or whatever. And then here's the second one. Here is the zones video that gets you everything you need for supply and demand. It's probably range trade Mel, so it's probably a good time to avoid taking new trades right now. But basically watching 395s in the area from the first low of day that we had from that first bounce, which we also talked about in the watch list. So kind of watching that area as well as to see if it can reject. Because this could be low of day, this could be high of day. You could just be seeing us range trade between those the rest of the day. So be very careful. But good stuff, Mel. Good stuff, Clive. Good stuff. I'm trying to remember everybody who is like super. Tobias. Tobias was another good one today. If you guys interacted at all today, seriously, great work. I think a lot of the info that was added into here, not just by me, but by you guys as well, I think a lot of it really helped the stream stay so active today. So I appreciate everybody who added their own 2 cents in today. That's what this is for. It's an open floor for you all. I'm not here to just take it all away, and it's just about me. Yeah, this is the longest stream we've done since August. We haven't, since doing these private YouTube streams, this is the longest one we've done. We're a little over 4 hours now. Normally the viewer count would drop off, and it just never did, so that's why I kept going. No problem, Chaos. See you later, Big Boom. Glad to have you, man. Have a great rest of your day. And yeah, I don't expect there to be a bunch of crazy movement until Power Hour. In reality, there's not going to be... I mean, they'll probably see some crazy moves, but there shouldn't be any decisive moves until after PAL tomorrow. And a really cool website, I keep doing this, but a really cool website to view this is Econoday. So we had consumer report. That was this consumer confidence, not consumer sentiment. That's what I kept saying earlier. It was consumer confidence. Consumer sentiment is next week, I think. But the big thing to look out for this week is not just the GDP. It's not just Bowman speaking, but it's mainly about my boy Jerome speaking. This is going to be a big thing. We also have Jolts, Chicago PMI. There's a couple big things happening tomorrow, so tomorrow's going to be a little hectic. So that's why I'm also doing a longer stream today, because I think tomorrow's stream is not going to be as enticing. So glad to at least have an exciting day before a boring one. But tomorrow, regardless of whatever happens, we're going to stream. We're going to call out different moves. And then on Thursday, we have jobless claims. That's a really big mover. And then the balance sheet end of day again. And then we have Charles Evans on Friday with motor vehicle sales and employment situation. And I like this website a lot because it's free. You don't have to log into anything to get here. But the other cool thing is you can be like, oh, well, I don't really know what employment situation is. What does that help out? Motor vehicle sales, I don't really know what that is. And you can click them if it'll load. There it goes. And my favorite part about this is not just this screen to explain some of the things about, you know, why we give a shit about this. But if you click why investors care, it'll open up a lot more. Give it a second. There it goes. And you can read, why do we even care about this? What does it affect? What is affected by this? What does this get messed with by? The importance, the interpretation. It also gives you a little bit more information about it. But that's why I like this website a lot. It's free. But econoday.com, ECONODAY. So this is a really cool website just to kind of be aware of what's going on. Do you start stream during pre-market? Yes. I stream for 45 minutes before the market even opens. I like to give people... We didn't used to do this, but I do it more now because it's something I used to do a lot. But pre-market streams is probably my favorite part of these streams. It's not even when the market opens, because before the market's opening, I'm already giving you a good picture on what is possible for SPY for the day from the bigger and the smaller time frames. Every single stream. So if you go back to any of the past streams, you will always hear me talk about what is possible. Today, we talked about yesterday having a bearish kicker. A bearish kicker, and this is not just a normal gap down. This is a lot more enticing than just a gap down. This is a completely big bearish kicker. The previous day was here, opened here, closed here. So a very just indecisive day. So nothing crazy. That was that weird half day. And then Monday, we got to open lower. It didn't just gap down. We opened entirely under the previous day. If you look up what a bearish kicker is, you'll see what I mean. But a bearish kicker is a very strong initial indication that bears are trying to step in. And since this isn't the first one, we've seen a good slowdown here, another slowdown here. This isn't the first indication that bears are here, right? So they end up picking it up here. The main concern today was if we hold the yesterday's low supports, the Monday supports, we can get bounces. That's why we had this part of the watch list typed out, because we can get bounces from there. If we get above a certain level, above 388, 389, which is that next area right here, there's a really good chance they wanted to at least try to go fill this gap. They didn't do that today. So we were looking for a small reset candle or a good green day to pick up. We didn't get either of those. What was the last scenario I talked about this morning? I talked about if we broke the Monday support, what could we look towards? We could look towards this in-between level at 393.60s. What did we get today? We got a perfect test of that area. So it just helps us get a plan in the morning before the market's truly opening on the bigger and the smaller time frames. I do that every day. We talk about the dollar, we talk about SPY, and then we go and we make the entirety of the watch list. Everything you see here, I typed live in front of everyone here this morning in the pre-market stream. But yes, we do this in pre-market. I stream for 45 minutes before, and then I try to aim for 2.5 hours after. Today we're going way overboard, but it's because we were so active today, and so many of you guys were just so helpful. Can we get one more like to hit 150? One more like. Uno mas. Is there a single soul out there that hasn't hit that thumbs up button? Just one more. I only asked for 40 this morning. We're getting 150. That's my boy Chance. Yes. All right. Thank you guys. That is just insane. I cannot even express to you guys how crazy that is to me. That is just wild. SK says, here, I'll go back. My bad. So SK says, then it looks like we're going down more this week. You could say that. But we just have indications of bearish. We don't have any follow through. We didn't really get much volume on any of these 3 days. We didn't really take anything crazy. This is just a lot of good short-term indications. Yes, you could say there's a good probability that we want to test 388, 390, because this is the main resistance turn support that we have. between those that $2 range. So yes, you could say that is most likely where we're going. But we have not broken this short-term support, in which we had a crazy amount of support here. You had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, basically 8 days sit on this support here. So that's why this is so important to me before moving lower. So it's not really, are we moving lower for sure? What you're pointing out is conditional formatting. You want to sit here and say under 393.60s, or sorry, under 392.60s, yes, we have a chance to go hit 390, 388. These are two areas we can look at. If we continue to hold this tomorrow morning, I'm going to be looking for bounces as long as it holds. So we kind of have a scenario for both sides. And I think that's kind of the slight edge I have when I chart, is I always talk about both sides. I never just sit here and say, all right, guys, we're only looking for puts under 392.60s. No, at all times I'm pointing out a bearish scenario and I'm pointing out a bullish scenario. Therefore, whenever it happens, I'm not totally sideswiped. I don't feel like I'm left out because I understood it was possible beforehand. Have to run errands. Grade A stream per usual. Have a great day. Have a good day, Taylor. Happy to have you in here. Thank you for being here. It's my fault for stream going this over. Why? Because I'm responsible for what? It's definitely not your fault, Sand Dollar. I appreciate you, though. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being so interactive today. Much love, man. Just hit you with the sub. I'll be back tomorrow morning. I'm glad to hear, John. John Harden. Are you related to James Harden? No problem, SK. And that's the big thing. Make your edge. Make your edge routine. There is no such thing as a true market edge, but you can have an edge over other traders by being consistent with your routine. You can always point out, okay, well, this is what bulls want, this is what bears want, and you can always find consistent levels. I've proven that today. Yes, for most of my charts, Chance, I have different levels. I mean, a lot of the levels line up. It's really just how many of them I want to see. So like this is the bigger time frame. A lot of my levels come from the weekly. Actually, I lied to you. I'm sorry. This is from the monthly. So I did the same charting technique you saw me do on SPY for the daily time frame for looking at the smaller time frames. I did the same technique, but on the monthly time frame to give me less but very important levels for when I look at the daily time frame to give me a bigger picture view. But I have the same thing. You see, I switched from monthly to default. Default is where it gets a little ugly. Let me go back. 3-year daily. And you can see I have every level using the same exact, way of me getting my levels, but on the daily. And I use that for looking at the smaller time frames. Therefore, I end up with good levels on smaller and good levels on the bigger to give myself that better picture of what's possible for both sides. But great question, though, Chance. That was a great question. Can you check Costco? No problem. What time frame are you wanting to look at? Great company. As you can see, I already have it charted up for the bigger time frames. I think this is from the monthly. You can kind of tell the more you look at it. And Chance, and anybody else watching, whenever I see I have a wide range, like this was a great example right here. Whenever I have a wide range between emerging candle here and this emerging candle level here, I add a halfway point. The only thing you're seeing me grab is a Fibonacci. It's nothing fancy. I'm just adding a halfway point. That's all it is. To give me a level in between without making anything up. Something consistent. As a beginner, I think you should focus on at least one index, like SPY or Qs. In my opinion, you should probably look at just one or the other. But also, at the end of the day, I would definitely review the other one as well. But I would find you one good, like in your case, you said Qs, so you have your index, and I'd also look at one good tech stock. So potentially I'd say look at Apple or Microsoft with XLK, or look at, what's another one? NVIDIA and AMD with SOXX or SOXS or SMH, which are great ETFs that are alongside the semiconductors, just to give you that confluence view, so you can kind of compare and contrast. But I would always look at one stock and then try to look at something that works with it. Therefore, you have something to go off of a little more. What's up, Coochie Boy? Great name. How long have you been doing lives, bro? I mean, I've been doing them for years. I've just been doing them on different formats. I used to only do them on Discord, and then before that, I used to do it on YouTube before I had any subs. Now I'm back to doing it privately on YouTube for Discords, people like streamers or owners of chats, they'll include our streams into their groups, and I streamed everybody. This week, though, you're catching me public because this is our 1 week we're going to do public just to kind of get everybody in here. So that's why you see me. But glad you found me, man. But I've been doing these for a long time, though. To this exact extent, I've only been doing these since August. But I've been streaming for years, just in different ways. SK, were you just talking about bigger time frames, or what were you looking at? I still didn't get your answer on that. Were you wanting me to look at bigger or smaller time frames for Costco? Which one were you looking at, Mel, when I did that? Was that on Spy? But the main reason I'm doing it, Mel, is I go from one emerging candle to the next, and then I just add the halfway point in between those. That's all you're seeing me grab. It's really nothing special. It's just really adding a halfway point in between a good range. You can see right here I kind of cheated. I saw that I had a wide range here, so I went and I added a fib and I added the level in between. It's really just to put something that makes sense in between the large range. Therefore, you have something there to go off of. Wondering if I need to sell Costco for swing trading. Are you in puts or calls? I'm assuming you're long because you sound bullish. Overall, for short term, I think one thing I would look at is this trend you have here, and I wouldn't necessarily grab it from here. It's more or less kind of from this angle. It's a very, very sharp angle, and they've kind of already broken it. The big thing to look at for now is continuation. I would already say it already is looking short-term bearish. Now, Costco, if you're an investor, I'm not here to change your mind on that. I think Costco is a great company. I even consider them to be like Apple. They're in direct control of their supply chain. Sorry, I had a brain fart. But you already have a couple slowdown signals. So they've gapped up small body, gapped up small body. So this initially is telling you that it's possibly overbought. You end up getting a lower open the next day, another lower open, and now we have just kind of a slow red day. So it looks like it wants to kind of cascade into the earnings. But if they expect earnings will be good, you'll probably see it continue to rise into the earnings to price it in. This is where you hear people say buy the rumor, sell the news. This would be that exact type movement. But I'd say short term, it looks like it does when I pull back a little bit. I wouldn't say too far, though. Costco is very strong. I wouldn't necessarily think they'd break 515 that quick, so you might have to wait a few days. But that's up to you. I don't know what kind of entry you had on this. I don't know what kind of trade you were taking on it. I'm not here to change anybody's opinion on their trade. Just here to cover what I see. Would you say that it's consolidation point? Wait, what? Would you say that it's... I don't understand what you're trying to ask, and I am trying to answer you. I just want to... Oh, you have shares. Ooh, good call out, Mies. Yeah, potential bear flag on the 30-minute. Good eye. Can you tack that halfway candle and open it on the 5 minutes of the day to see it? Yeah, you can. I don't personally use it that way. I just mainly do it to get those initial far left levels. But like in that workshop video I was showing you with Harlan's midpoint, that's all he does is he goes from the previous high to previous low and he adds the halfway point. A lot of the time it ends up being a very strong, effective level of support or resistance. But yes, you could essentially do that, Mel. My bad, I was just trying to figure out what you meant. And you never see me do that a lot. I mainly just do it to get... Like, if I see a large range, I kind of picture it as like, all right, well, it's not really fair to say above 398 we can target 400, 350, right? There has to be a level in between. It can't really mean that I have to target that level. There is going to be a level in between. So sometimes you'll see me add that because it's just unrealistic or not logical to say, all right, above 399, let's aim for 403.50. Like, that's a pretty good distance. There's going to be a level in between. I was already subscribed and also follow you on IG, just never got the notifications until now. It's okay. It's normally because these are private, so you're not going to get notifications. But I appreciate that, Coochie Boy. Thank you so much. Damn, some of y'all are some real ones. Staying in here this long. I genuinely thought I was going to end this before now, but I kept going because you guys just never left. Well, that's on this one. It's at consolidation of the day. What's up, RW? Glad to have you in here, man. Thank you for saying that. Take a look at UNP, my favorite. All right. It's Union Pacific, right? Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong. Are they not an IWM holding? A high holding in IWM? I'm still here because Angie will break my leg if I leave early. She's can't. Well, I won't snitch on you, so if you do leave early, I won't say a thing. Because I don't want your leg to be broken. Bro, the way you teach, it just clicks in my head. I ain't leaving. Kind of reminded me of the Wolf of Wall Street. I'm not fucking leaving. With the rail strike talks, we may see some good opportunity going forward. Here in a second, I'll come back to this. I want to go over what Tobias just said. I agree with you, Tobias. I think this is adding pressure to it, and the more we test this as support, the more it's going to lead to bringing bearish pressure on the equity market. So I agree with what you just said. The more this holds support, the more it adds pressure onto SPY possibly wanting to break down. And great call out, guys. I see a few of you saying SPY breaking down. Rejecting the previous day low still. We never closed a single candle over. Rejected. Second rejection, and now we're getting this. So start to point out indications, guys. We rejected once, rejected twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5 times. That's one big indication, right? If we get a second rejection and a nice bearish candle pops up here, that is another indication that we probably won't pass this today, or at least over the next hour or so, because of course they could build base in between 394 and build back up and break it. Nothing's too crazy yet here. But let's go back to UNP. I want to rechart that with you, Coochie. Great call out, Mel. Let me delete all this. I'm going to do the monthly first, see if there's enough levels there. If there's not, I'll go out to the weekly. Whoops. Alright, so going off the monthly time frame. Let me add this halfway point. It's too big. Too big of a range there. See what I mean? There's just too big of a range there. I have to add something in between. So we have had one good rejection, broke, stuck in range. Second, third rejection, stuck in range. So this actually has very high probability for a trade to go fill this gap. I wouldn't highlight the whole gap. I'd highlight just about here. So that's a very high probability trade under 208s. If you really want to get down to it and be OCD, you need a break of 207 for this to really start pushing down to 204. So that's a really good trade idea. And then let's also talk about the bullish side. You know, what could bulls really start to do here? Because yes, we have rejections for bears, but we also have a hold of support still by bulls. They have really good indications. You have a Harami here, another bullish engulfing. They picked up, failed to push higher. So it looks like if the market can push above 214s, this should start to pick up again if they can hold over. But as you can see, we've had one push happen and a second push happen, and both of those failed. So it's not just as easy as break above 214.20s. But there is high conviction for both sides of this chart, Coochie, if that makes sense. But I like both of those. It's very easy to see. And as you can see, those monthly levels took me nothing but a couple minutes to get going and really start forming a plan around it. Brady, there is, but that's not what I would focus on. I'm sorry I didn't see your message before. I think I passed over it. Tesla third round of puts is at 30% gain. Damn, Sandollar. Maybe I should end it just so you can stop trading so much. You're insane. Good stuff too. Now, answer me correctly. Answer me truthfully, Sandollar, Mel, anybody who's been taking not excessive, but anybody who's taken more than just one trade today. How are you feeling in those trades? Do you feel like you understand why you like it? I want you to answer this because I don't want you to be like, yeah, I like it because I'm going to make more money. I don't want you to answer like that. I want you to say, yes, I like that it did this. I like that it broke this. I like that it did this just as I thought it would, or how you planned it out. I want to make sure you're answering it like that, not like, oh, I want to make more money. But how do you feel in those trades? What's up, Curtis Thomas? What's your profile pic? That looks kind of interesting. I can't even click on it. Back to you guys on UNP. Someone said, looks good to test 220 again if it breaks 214 too. Already tested there once as well. Good add-on too, Sherman. Good add-on in the TA. Gucci Boy thinks it'll run to 275 by the summer. And yeah, it definitely could. I was more speaking short term, but it does have a really good kind of inverse look down here. So it looks like as long as it holds the 200s, it does have good chance of continuing higher. So I would add that onto it, Gucci. You said, how about DHI? Even with bad news, it keeps going up. I'm not super familiar with this one. I like the chart. It's got good price action on the left. Like right here, Mel. Like, it's not fair to be like, above 75, aim for 89. No, hell no. There's definitely a level there. So I'm just adding from emerging candle to emerging candle, and then I'm adding the halfway point. Don't let the Fibonacci, I'm not even talking to just Mel. Don't let the Fibonacci confuse you guys. It's nothing like that. You could essentially do the same up here again, which you don't need to because price isn't close to it yet, but just for practice, it's smart to do. Let me get a couple more back here. There we go. 6 month. Let me go to the yearly. There we go. This actually looks really good for continuation up. What kind of bad news have they been getting? You said bad news and they keep going up. Oh, Peter. Okay, I got what you're saying. Rain. Oh, wait, hold up. I got a couple messages to catch up. I look at resistance line and my stop loss. That makes me. I like your confidence, Mel. I think your style is perfect for a confident scalp trader. I think a lot of the aggressive scalp traders have the most potential, I should say. I'm not going to say highest probability of success, but I think you have a lot of really good potential moving forward because you're already used to not hesitating. You're already used to getting in, getting out. So none of that's going to stop you in the future, unless you stop yourself, of course. So I really like your style, Mel. I really like that you have your plan kind of set beforehand. Sandollar said, range was best on the first and second trade. With some of the profits, I expected smaller gains. It almost took gains at 10%, but decided to be more patient, and now it's impressed me. Ooh, okay, good. That's what I wanted to hear, Sandollar. Good. All right, well, tell Angie she can't break your leg because you're doing great. To be honest, I took multiple trades and went from green to red real quick. Was confident till they started going the other way. I feel that. Then they went the way I thought, but my stop loss had already kicked. And that again is just something we have to kind of grow with over time, Pike. But like why I asked that is because I wanted to see, were you guys taking trades that you're confident in, or if you had reasoning. I don't want someone to just take a trade to be in the trade randomly. I don't want you to be in the trade because you want to make money or because you just have to be in a trade. But it looks like you had a reason to be in the trade, so that's one thing to be confident about, Pike. But slowly over time, the more you accustom yourself to, really, you're just limiting yourself to these certain entries. So do that more, and you'll start to pick up on better entries. But be a good loser, too. You have to understand losses are going to come. I don't know where I read this from or heard this from. One of my friends shared this with me, but it always says you have to be a good loser to succeed in life. And I kind of think about that with trading. It's like you have to be a good loser. You can't expect that you will never lose, you know. And I'm not saying you do that. I'm just saying think about that more. But Sherman said, got into NVIDIA calls before the dump, felt confident because of the retest of the current day open up to the next level, took 5% there. And look at that, 5%. That's a great percentage. A lot of people overlook that 5% is actually good. So great job, Sherman, having a great reason to get in and a good reason to get out. Might not have made as much as you probably expected, but you still got in and out with reasoning, and that's the whole point. Finding reasoning for your entry, reason for your exit. Every time you add a level, speak to yourself, hey, why am I adding this? Always have a reason. For Profit said, I feel good holding through a pullback using levels for stops. That was my weakness. Ah, there you go. For Profit, getting some growth in today. Not just gains, but some growth. Before I would have lost on Microsoft because I would have been nervous when it went back up. LOL, I can't day trade, unfortunately, due to small account. I feel that, Jesse. I feel that. Take your time, though. Trust me. Visualize as much as you possibly can. Don't even think about the money right now. Really, and I know I keep saying the same thing over and over, but visualizing seriously is the greatest way of not just growing and learning, but it's the greatest way to maintain, to continue forward even with winnings or losses, any of this crap. Tesla, consistent down candles are keeping me in, and now I will cut and take profits when it settles down. Good plan. Stick to it. Okay, so their bad news was an earning miss. Okay, so I finally caught up to your message, Curtis. So they had an earnings miss. Let me see. Which, remember, it's not always about earnings missing. And this is why I always tell people do not swing trade earnings. Because just because they have good news doesn't mean they have to go up. They could come out and be like, well, we don't really have guidance going into the next quarter or the next year. And that'll bring it down because they don't have any future outlook on where they could possibly be. So even though they had good earnings, they'll go down. Vice versa for this one. They had bad earnings. It looks like they missed numbers-wise, but I didn't see the rest of it. They might have came out and said, well, we have really good plans of picking up in this sector or doing this or doing that. And next thing you know, their forward guidance or their forward outlook is really good, which causes a positive reaction for investors. So this is why I say don't trade earnings, because you're always going to get that indecisive move and unexpected moves. It's just not fair. And then sometimes you could even get a call, it jump, and you still not make enough because of IV crush. IV crush is almost, let's say, is a really short way of explaining IV crush. And this is in no way a technical term of breaking this down. This is just how I've explained it the best. When you experience IV crush, you're basically seeing, let's say, me, Jackson, Anthony, Pike, Mel, Curtis, Sandollar, Jesse, let's say all of us bet on Apple doing really good, right? And then we look at the other side and we see not a lot of them are betting against it. I consider this a no shit kind of trade. A no shit, Apple's going to do good. I'm sorry for cussing, but a no duh kind of moment, like light bulb, like no duh, this is going to happen, right? So if more of us are betting on the long side, right? And there's let's say there's almost nobody trading on the short side, right? And price jumps. How are our contracts going to be affected? They're not really going to move a lot. We're not going to make anything. If somewhat, we might even lose a little bit of money or barely make a little bit of money. It's going to be very hard to exit, and it's going to be very hard to profit anything. And it's because of the no shit. My air quotes, y'all can't see them, but I'm air quoting right now when I say that. But the no duh kind of trade, and that's what IV crush is. So never trade earnings. By the way, I just had to throw that in there since we were on the subject. Yeah, we'll look at Joe. No problem, Anthony. I'm not a scalper. I wasn't meaning it like that, Mel. It just means like your mindset. I can tell you have a plan for being in, for being out, and that's kind of like what a scalper does. They already have that, seconds before they're in their trade, and it looks like you make those quick decisions. So I was just saying, you kind of remind me of like a very disciplined scalper, which is good. Look at where and why you lost. Is it you chased, or did you do the right thing and took a loss? Doing the right thing and losing, that's a good loss. Preach, Mel. That's message of the day probably right there. But DHI, Curtis. So that kind of, my earnings explanation kind of covers that. So overall, I would wait till they have a little bit more price action here. They have dividend payout, which a lot of the time on some stocks, this will bring it down because people are taking profit. But it can also go higher because some people will take that cash and reinvest it. So it kind of depends on if they have a higher reinvestment percentage or not. So you have to pay attention to that. But overall, it looks like there's an easy explanation. If you can look over these new highs of about 85, 86, you should get another push to 89. If you get a break of 82, don't just start shorting yet. You do have a very good support here from the past few days at about 80 before it can go to try and fill that gap. Now, you don't have just that gap to look out for. You have that recent high as well. So there's a couple of trades you could look at on there. Tesla took my meat of the trade gains at 68%. Angie be happy. She better be. Don't let her break your leg, $10. I'll stick up for you. Great job, though. 68%. That is definitely a huge, I mean huge in all caps, huge gain today. I would definitely be proud of yourself. Played Tesla calls in a past the yard. Tesla went up 10%. Still wasn't enough to beat the Ivy Crush. And there you go, Sherman. Perfect example. Did I make any trades today? Yes, I did. Today, while looking at SPY, I shorted Apple. Apple's been a big favorite for me lately. My favorite thing with Apple, too, was, and I pointed this out, is that I was looking for XLK, the sector Apple belongs to. I was waiting for them to finally break this support of the previous day low, which is also what I was looking at on SPY. So that happened to line up perfectly, and it made me like Apple a lot more because they finished a little bit lower. As you can see, if I go to the body of this candle, let me mark it so you can see it. It perfectly closed at the bottom. So at that time, it was like, all right, well, this is kind of like a super easy to see entry because I've combined so many indications at the same time. So that got me into some shorts, and then I slowly took profits into the 142. I didn't leave any runners. I just got out. Nothing crazy. As you can see, taking profits at the first target. Why not? No problem, Curtis. Huge. If we can have somebody in here, we need some like some audio keys so I can click it and you'll just hear Trump say huge or something like that. All right, well, let's do one more breakdown. I'm going to go through the list real quick, and then we'll cover the bigger time frames, and then I'm going to end the stream. But today we had AMD on the list. They kind of were stuck inside of range for the most part. We did have a couple good moves from them. I did talk about a lot of them this morning. Them and NVIDIA holding up pretty well in comparison to the market. But after SPY rejected and broke that low, it was definitely time for a lot of these up movers to slowly slow down or at least come back into range. So no crazy movement today for AMD. Trading wise, we had Tesla on the list. This one was a little bit more decent. I like that it broke below early on that day, but after we had that fake out by SPY not holding past the previous day low, which really wasn't a fake out, it was kind of easy to see. They retook the levels. This one retook at that same time, though. Tesla was pushing back up. Amazon was not doing any of that, and that's what made me want to trade Amazon, which I didn't get to do it. So I jumped into Apple, but Amazon would have been my second favorite choice. I talked about this one and Microsoft a very hefty amount this morning, just because they were weak to begin with, and even when they did reverse back up to take support, they failed to do so. So this was probably trade of the day on Amazon. If anybody took that, I saw a few of you were in it. That one was beautiful, kind of came back up to that support, rejected, came back down, now it's resistance. So now you have a really, really good 80% entry. Again, you had a 40%, 80%, and this gave really good timing with XLY breaking lower. Tesla was trying to come back into range, or the lower part of the range, I should say. And then you had all those other heavyweights moving lower. So that was a good sign. We talked about Apple with my trade. Let me scroll down. NVIDIA, we talked about that one with AMD, and then Amazon, we just covered that as well. So had a bunch of really good movers today. I would say it was a little tedious. If you were just watching everything, you would have only caught some stuff. If you were watching just Amazon or just Apple or just SPY, yeah, you probably caught a really good move today. But I'm not going to sit here and say every single ticker killed it, because not every single ticker did. There were a couple that kind of fought back a little harder than others. But here on SPY, we had a really good move today under 395, and this is kind of what I was saying, which we almost had a fake out, but we really didn't, because it was perfectly holding an area in which we knew could bounce. You could see it on today's list. Buyers can bounce from a hold of the blue area. So we ended up watching that bounce happen. I didn't get any calls or tell people to get calls, but it was starting to look pretty good. And this was with AMD moving higher too, so it kind of made me happy that that one had some confluence with something finally. And then this is when we got the rejection of 397.30s. They came back down and they finally broke that previous day low. So this is what gave us that extra drop. We've now rejected it once, twice, and made it back down to a higher low. So probably going to finish under this level here, but above 392.64. I would be very surprised if we finished outside of this range today, just because of what we've done so far. And from the bigger time frame perspective, last thing I'm going to say is tomorrow, of course, without seeing the rest of today's price action, we're going to have to pay attention to see, are we going to break under this level, which I'll just go ahead and mark it now. 392.60s with this blue area here. Are we going to hold this level and bounce, or are we going to break it and drop down to 388, 390? So this is basically my trade plan going into tomorrow. I did talk about my trade earlier, I think. I was probably, Mel, I don't like to talk about my own trades as much because a lot of you, I'm not saying you, but a lot of people like to steer you away from what you're thinking and they like to add a bunch of comments. I don't want the outside noise, so I just don't care. But at any time, ask me what I'm looking at. I covered trade ideas. I did cover Apple at the same time. I covered Microsoft, Amazon, Tesla. I try my best to switch across these different tickers. So I'm sorry if I didn't make it as clear at the time, but I'm not here to give you signals. So if you want signals, just leave. I'm here to cover actual plans, trade ideas, give you guys the ins and outs. But yeah, so I'm just trying to keep positive vibes in here. Today was easy day. I've seen much harder day. No, I agree with you, Mel. I think some of these previous days, I think some of them weren't as easy to see. I think a lot of the sentiment was kind of all over the place during these past few weeks. So I'd say some of these days were definitely harder than today, but today was pretty simple. I would agree with Mel. Today was fairly, I'm not going to say easy, but it wasn't as difficult as previous days, definitely. So I agree with that 100%. I mean, in my group, there's all kinds of callouts by multiple people, not just by me. I try not to post as much, but I do post since I stream every day. But there are plenty of entry-exit signals. There are plenty of trades posted between Leland, Duke, myself, a couple of my friends. There's plenty of plays posted, but there's also plenty of lessons posted. We don't like to spoon feed. Yes, we do spoon feed, but we like to promote teaching people. We like to promote raising people to be a leader, to see things on your own. I don't want to raise a bunch of sheep. I want to raise a bunch of Mels. I want to raise a bunch of, I said Mel. I can't think of another person now. But I want to raise a bunch of Mels, people who see things on their own, who are just, looking to kind of look at certain things and take trades on their own and learn from it, not really, follow someone's course and just straight up only do what they're doing. I want you to think for yourself. I want you to look at these levels for yourself. These levels are not hard. I'm not going to sit here and say these are hard. The levels are very easy to grab. Now, to navigate them, that's another story. That's what takes time, takes visualization, takes practicing, reviewing so much. But yeah. Oh, totally, Mel. That's why I was using you as an example so much today. So thank you for letting me use you as a little punching bag. But yeah, Mel, you're a great example of someone I'm trying to grow with. I don't really care about... I mean, yeah, there's signals. I'm not going to sit here and be like, we don't provide signals. But at the same time, that's not what I'm trying to promote. I don't want sheep. I want people who want to be a leader. I want people who want to grow on their own. Because you cannot be a sheep and maintain in this market. Just remind yourself of that. You have to be confident. You have to be a leader to grow in this market and maintain. Anybody can take trades. Anybody can get lucky. Anybody can randomly make money, can lose money, all that great stuff. But only the real ones can do it with reasoning, through a routine, over time, and actually lead moving forward. You don't have to worry about all the excess. You don't have to worry about losing a trade, going back to square one. That's not what I'm focused on. I want people to grow. But I think I'm going to end the stream there, guys. I appreciate the hefty amount of engagement today. I appreciate the hefty amount of interactions, the amount of we probably have 1,000+ messages in this YouTube chat today, so that's just insane. We broke over 160 likes, I just realized, and we had over almost 800. I'll tell you all the exact number. 766 people clicked on today's stream. That is wild. I've never even gotten close to that before. So I appreciate the amount of sharing, support everybody's done. I am going to end the stream there. I hope you guys took some of today's lessons, some of today's info, and really took it to heart. I hope to see you in tomorrow's stream. I am streaming tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday publicly, and I'm kind of on the fence about doing a public stream on Sunday to kind of do the levels all over again from scratch. But the streams will be private again on next week. To get these streams privately, you have to be a part of a Discord that provides them. I have them. Keanu has them. Option Sandy has them. There's a few of them that provide my stream links. So make sure you guys are in one of those Discords. But I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you so much for being here. I can't say thank you enough. But today was by far our longest stream. We're basically 5 hours into this stream. So I'm going to end it here. Go get some lunch, chill. I'll post up some info on the bot if you guys have access to it. See if you guys see anything. If I don't see anything, though, I'm just going to leave it as is. But I'll see you guys tomorrow. have those charts ready for tomorrow. Go through those 2 videos that I linked. They went over so much today. But thank you guys again. I'll see you guys later on. Have a great rest of your day.